Well, hello, anybody who may be out there in the chat. I did a major screw up this week. If you haven't already figured it out, and I did not send the invites out to any of the guests until like literally 15 minutes ago. I forgot to put the link in YouTube for people to come and view the show. I did a real good screw up this week. I don't know where my mind was. I was doing other things, and I don't know. I'm going to blame age. Okay, it's an age related thing, and so we'll probably only have a handful of people that show up because there wasn't anything in the system for anybody to lock in on. Randall, I just sent the email out 15 minutes ago, so you should have gotten the link. I did put you on the email. So just check your email again. And so hello to Luke. Glad you found us. And Jeff and Leslie, good to see you. And Randall.
Memories. Remember, Chuck used to leave it pretty late.
Yeah, Randall, if you didn't get it, I'll just copy the link and I'll send it to you again. That'll only take me a second. Since I screwed up, that's the least I could do. I can't believe I did that. I'm still shaking my head. I was like, you should have seen the look of fear. If you could have seen the look of fear on my face, saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe I did this." Well, there's always that was the first time in 49 episodes that I ever did that.
And I thought I have it as well. And they say I misplaced them up among the other communications. That's why I sent you the email. And then when you didn't reply, I said, "Oh, there must be something strange going on." But I didn't want to bother you via text, right? So I said, I wait until 7 comes in.
Well, I'll tell you, I guess, hey, I got to be allowed to be stupid once in a while, right?
Exactly. We are all stupid more frequently than we want to admit, Jeff.
It's it must have been my anxiety with Nikon, waiting for them to give me my credit on my credit card for
brother, still resolved?
They just did it yesterday, so I finally unboxed the Z8 this afternoon. I haven't put a lens on it yet. I charged the battery. I just popped the battery in about a half hour before the show.
Wow.
So I haven't put a lens on it yet. I'm trying to figure out, obviously with one less function button on there, how I'm going to set it up. It'll be slightly different than the Z9, but I'm not really looking forward to having to go through all those menus all over again and try to match it up as close as I can.
It takes a while. You have to have the two cameras and copy.
Yeah, I got to go back and forth, and then there will be.
Good if we would just copy them over, wouldn't it?
Oh, it would be wonderful if you could just copy it over. Yeah. We got Nikon in the house. Good to see you, Terry. Nice to see you, Jonathan. Yeah, Z8 for the win. Yeah. Well, I tell you, there are no losers lately with the Nikon stuff. I mean, I think the Z6 III is a great camera for the money.
But did the Nikon stay with their assessment?
Yes, they did. They gave me exactly what they told me they were going to give me for the lens.
Very good, very good, very good.
So, and they kind of apologized. And the thing is, I called and talked to someone at Nikon, and I just said, I just want to understand the process a little better because it wasn't clear to me whether they credit your credit card the amount they're going to give you for the lens or whether they're going to give you a store credit toward the lens. And it wasn't clear how they worded it. And so I got clarification on that. And then I had to sent them a screenshot proving them that the package was signed for by Nikon last Thursday at 11 a.m. And then, I just ended it and I said, okay, they said, well, it's probably going to take a week or 2 weeks for them to get to it. And I said, fine, I'm just checking, just asking. And then, within basically, the next day they sent me an email and they apologized and they said, you're all set. You're getting your credit on your lens. So that was great. Archie, what you doing? Come on, lay down. Oh, it's 2:05 a.m. in Ireland. Oh goodness. Starting off at 2:05 a.m. Oh my God. I don't know how long you're going to last here, Nike. You're making me tired thinking about 2:05 a.m. because we'll probably still be here at 2:05 a.m. Eastern time. We're very close to it.
Yeah, we know we can't do it. We just wish we could copy the settings.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, Tim, you're overly complimentary here. I'm certainly not anywhere near celebrity status, that's for sure. We got Bob Our Photos is here. He's asking what's banging. I don't know what's banging. It's not me. Yeah, unfortunately, Terry, I know you can't copy the settings between the two cameras because the menu structures are not exactly the same. So we get to go through the whole lovely process of item by item, selecting what we want to have configured on the camera. So I'm not looking forward to that. I have to be in the right frame of mind to even want to do it.
The good thing is that honestly, you will forget about which one because they are so similar that that's the beauty of it. Except that third button in the front, okay, and with the new setup, right? I'm using those less and less. Actually, I modified the C8 because I have been doing some macro to one of the buttons to be the depth of field preview, correct?
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a pain because you have to go one by one, line by line. But after it's set up, the cameras are so similar that you forget about it.
I'm going to put up the reminder here for our photo review. So give me a second, folks, to find it. We're in a little bit panic mode here because I forgot to send invites out, forgot to put the thing out for the show till 15 minutes before the show. So I'm a little frazzled. I lost a little hair on my head from being panicked. So somehow we made it through it. But anyway, send in some pictures. We got Randall joining us here. Hi, Randall. Send in your photos for the July 6th photo review, which is next Saturday, folks. We're at, let's see, let me check my notes. We're at 39 images so far. So we're way behind the curve of where we want to be, which is around 80. So we need people to start sending in some images. And hopefully, you guys keep me real busy this upcoming week, processing your entries, because we're maybe, if I throw in mine, which I got them picked out for the most part, but I haven't put in all my data information. But so we're basically at 43 or 44, but we're halfway home. But we need a lot more images sent in for the review. So I hope people do that as soon as they can. Anyway, we got 22 people in the chat right now, which is great. Let me see who else we have that maybe I didn't recognize yet. See if I missed anybody. I don't know if you guys.
Bob.
Said hi to Bob. Michael Drees. Okay, hello, Michael. And we will be having a discussion. I am going to go do a mini discussion on the 35 1.4 lens in about 10 minutes or so. Let's see who else we got.
It's so easy to be around that. So, and I'm always trying to be positive too. So we're always building each other up.
Yeah, Roy, you got a lot of active conversation back there.
A party. They had a party there.
Got a party going on. He's got a party going on. And we weren't invited, unfortunately. Of course, I couldn't afford the tickets to go to Australia anyway, so that wouldn't happen.
So Randall, let me ask Randall a question here. Did you got Jet link or my link that I sent to you?
Oh, I got your link. Okay. Did you copy it to? I think it was from you, Gustavo.
So sometimes you have your volume is low, Randall.
Okay.
Yeah, your volume's a little low. I got to fix my dog's bed. She's not happy. She's just standing here looking at me. I make it nice for her underneath my desk, and I'll lay it in there, and then she'll go in there and start scratching it and moving it all around, and then she makes a big mess out of it, and then she doesn't want to lay on it anymore. But she's the one that does it. Go ahead. There you go. Bring down your house. Bring down your house. Go ahead. Go lay down. So for those of you out there that haven't watched my recent video on my YouTube channel entitled The Wonders of Nature Part 2, I hear it's highly recommended by birds of all species, along with a few reptiles and mammals. So they're recommending it. So just go to www.youtube.com/@selective imagery, and there's 174 video clips, which is about probably 1/100th of what Randall has on his channel. But you could go through that content at your leisure and hopefully get something good out of it. And what I've asked people to do, and I went to was able to go to some folks' channels and get the information. I don't know if I got it on everybody, but I did. I think I got to get Randall's up here still. Let me check if I got his or not. No, I did. I or didn't I? Give me a second. I got to look at my other, because if not,
Check's in the house.
I got to get it. So yeah, I got to get your link, Randall. I'll have to go to your channel and get your link and add it. Hello, Chuck. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. So what I'm going to do is, and when we were all on Chuck Talks, AP Studios, it was very important to Chuck, and it is to me as well, that we support each other, being small channels, small content creators. And so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to make sure I have Randall's up here for next week. Or Randall, you could put down the link of your show in the comments section. That would be good for now. And then I'll put it in my notations for next week's show. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to randomly, during the course of the show, I'm going to put up somebody's link, and I'm going to start, right here now. It'll scroll across it'll be right on the bottom of the screen, and you see Chuck, the link to Chuck's show. Now, Chuck has a lot of good content on there. If you were not necessarily active when his show was in progress, there's a lot of good reference material in there. Go back and watch some of the stuff that he's got on his channel. And so what I'm going to do is during the course of the show, I'm going to put up a different content creators the link, the path to how you get to their channel. And I also have a PDF file that I made up with a list of the people that come in the chat that have a channel. Like I said, I got to add Randall to that list. And if you want to get a copy of the PDF file, send me an email to my email address. And I'm going to put that on the screen right now. So send me an email and say, send me the information about the content creators that are in the chat, so you can have a record of it, and I'll send you a PDF file, and you'll have everybody on there. And if I missed anybody, or there's somebody else that's in the chat that I don't know that you have a channel, let me know about it, and you will be added to the list. So I want to definitely acknowledge everybody that I can that is is nice enough to participate, whether it be on the panel or within the chat on this channel. You should be recognized for what you do, and try to get people to go to your channel and see what you're up to as well. So I apologize if you're not on the list as of tonight. I apologize to Randall. Obviously, I didn't have a good week because I didn't remember to put the show out there. So it's been a crazy week.
Yeah.
But anyway, people send me any links that you have. In the case like Luis sent me his Instagram because he doesn't have a YouTube channel, so he sent me information regarding his Instagram account, so people can go to his Instagram account and look at some of his photos and some of the stuff that he does. So feel free to do that as well. So we got Tim joining us here. I don't know if I'm fitting everybody on the screen here or not. Who are we missing? Okay, Wayne.
Where's Roy?
Yeah, Wayne's there. Where's Roy? Well, I think Roy had a lot of, let's say, background chatter going on, and I think he's broadcasting 10 feet away from his family members who are having good conversation. So it was getting a little loud. So I think he probably he's probably putting duct tape on them right now so they can't talk, and then he'll come back. I'm not sure.
He did say it's too noisy, so he's going to drop out.
Yeah.
I guess he could mute the mic.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, he could.
Yeah, usually I just mute the mic.
Yeah, you could mute and restream.
Yeah.
He can, but I don't know what's going on because when he was typing, you could hear all the typing. Maybe he thought he was on mute. I don't know. Something wasn't working.
Yeah. But anyway, it was things were getting pretty loud. But hey, I mean, he's not in his normal third floor hangout yet. He can't. He's still working on being able to, get up there away from things to be on the show.
He's in his secondary studio.
Yeah, he's in his secondary studio, and Randall's got Randall has a small item that sounds like it's ticking. I don't know if somebody sent him a bomb.
Yeah, this is for Wayne. We were talking earlier before the stream. And,
Oh, yeah.
I got a small camera bag, and with the little goodie in there, Z6 with a 26 millimeter.
Nice.
There you go. Now, a little bit later in the show, Randall, I want to have you talk a little bit about your experience with the camera so far, because I know you had emailed me and said you were having a problem with your video freezing up on you or something.
Yeah, it was the Stamp Express card.
Okay.
So I changed it, and it worked better. I also reset everything. So when I got the camera, someone was using it, either a Nikon rep or maybe the camera people, at the store. But I reset everything. Everything started working, but the Stamp Express card was very hot. So, doing this, doing that, finally just took the card out, put in another one, and I haven't had a problem since.
Okay.
So it was the card itself.
And what card was that, Randall? What card?
It was the ProMaster 650 grid or 650 gigabyte one.
Oh.
And that was the only one you solved it now?
Yeah. Well, I put in a 325. All right. So
Pro Master, not Pro Grade, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
ProMaster.
I'm sorry, ProMaster. Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it's this one right here. Okay.
I'm behind
So-
on the chat here. I'm trying to find.
In H.265 10-bit, I can still record 6K 60 to the SD card without a problem. When you start going to the ProRes and higher echelons, then you got to have a CF Express card.
Yeah. So John sent in his first bird photo, so we'll pull that up on the screen in a little bit, John. I want to, Randall, we're gonna go back so that you have longer time to talk about the camera. I just want to, like I said, we're just gonna acknowledge a few more people in here. You know, John's in the chat. Hopefully, Roy comes back at least in the chat. I want to talk about, I guess. There's some interesting and confusing things going on apparently with Canon and with Fuji. We'll talk about. Got stuff from Nikon rumors to talk about, but I want to talk about first of all the new Nikkor Z 35mm f1.4 lens that's selling for $599.95. And so here's how I typed up my notes. I put a big disappointment or a sensible compromise. You decide. So why did I make this statement? Well, because this was the last lens standing from the lens roadmap, you know, and all you had for months and months and months has been the talk of when is the 35 1.2 coming out. And based on the pictorial that they had on their roadmap, I don't think there was anybody that questioned that was a pictorial of what a 1.2 lens would look like, you know. So everybody was expecting that, and obviously what came out is not only is it not 1.2, but it's not even an F series lens either. Like I said, everybody thought it was going to be the 35 1.2, be part of that 50 and 85 millimeter f1.2 family. And so after I wrote my notes, you know, for the show on the 26th of this month, Nikon Rumors, you know, throws out a statement saying that they're now stating the 35 millimeter 1.4 is not a replacement for the 1.2, just another option. Well, that's what they're saying. I'm not really hearing that from a lot of other people. And so I just say we hope so.
No, Richie mentioned it. He has one of those vertical YouTube thing.
Yeah.
And Richie worked for Nikon, correct? So
yeah,
that's as good info that we can get, except from a proper announcement. So
okay.
David was mentioning that.
So apparently the 51.4 is going to come out as well. So,
two.
You know, originally some people suggested that the 1.2 design was dropped due to weight, size, and cost considerations. Who knows? You know, now they're saying it is going to happen. Now, here's an interesting thing. When I do a price analysis, okay, based on what's out there today, the 50 millimeter f1.2 and the 85 millimeter f1.2 costs 3.3 to 3.5 times more than their 1.8 versions of that lens. The 35 millimeter f1.8 lens costs 40% more than this new f1.4 lens. So if I look at that data and you make an assumption that a 35 1.2 is going to cost 3.3 to 3.5 times more than the 1.8 35 millimeter lens, you're talking a lens that might cost anywhere from $2,800 to $3,000. That's where it falls. So we'll see if that observation ends up being correct when the time comes when that 1.2 lens eventually makes its way to our doorstep. But let's back up a little bit and see now. So my question is, what do you get with the 1.8 lens that you don't get with the 1.4 lens? Because right now the 1.8 lens is on sale. It's only $100 more than the 1.4 lens is. So the f1.8
lens, and it's sharp.
It's an S lens. It has the AM switch on the body, which you don't have on the 1.4 lens. It has 2 ED glass elements in the lens. There are none in the 1.4 lens. There are no ED lens elements in it. And for those who aren't sure what an ED glass does, well, it significantly reduces chromatic aberration, which is color fringing. And one place you see color fringing a lot is if you are taking a picture, say early morning, the sky is really blue. You got tree branches going up in the sky. Sometimes those branches, when you zoom in on them, have like a blue outline around the branch. Okay, that's color fringing. Okay, so ED glass helps remove that significantly. Now, the 1.8 lens also has 3 aspherical lenses, in which you only have 2 aspherical lenses. Now, those types of lenses correct optical aberrations, provide clearer and sharper vision, and offer improved peripheral vision. So, and it also has nano crystal coat on it, along with super integrated coating versus just super integrated coating on the f1.4 lens. Now, I got called out. I made a comment on another website because the technical documentation for the 1.4 lens, as well as Nikon's own advertising for the 1.4 lens, doesn't even say the lens is coated at all. So someone sent me a document that basically says all Nikon glass, period, has the super, the super integrated coating on it. At a minimum, it has that. So it doesn't have. So I'll based on what that person sent me, I'm like going to say, okay, it has it, even though they don't tell you about it. And of course, the 1.8 lens is a little bit smaller and 45 grams lighter than the 1.4 lens is as well. So what are the benefits of the 1.4? Well, it's $250 cheaper. Like I said, although the 1.8 version right now is only $100 more, and it's 2/3 of a stop faster. And I would argue 2/3 of a stop is minuscule. That's not a make or break thing. You're not going to have you're not going from horrible bokeh to the best bokeh you ever saw in your life with a 2/3 of a stop difference. That's not significant enough. Now, both lenses have 11 elements and 9 groups. They have 9 blade apertures. They use 62 millimeter filter threads. They're weather sealed, and they have a stepper motor. They have A, as in one stepper motor. So now the other question is, so for me, I'll do a summary in a minute here about it. So now you say, well, what do you lose because it's not the f1.2? Everybody thought, it's going to be an f1.2. So what theoretically would you have gotten if it was a 1.2 lens? Well, some of the 1.2 lenses have 11 blade apertures versus 9. It's not saying for sure it's going to have 11, but that tends to be the trend. But even in reality, f1.4 is only a third. It's the 1.4 lens that's out now is only a third of a stop slower than an f1.2, which that isn't significant either. Now you have the little lens information display that's on the 50 1.2 and the 85 1.2. Some people like it. Some people could care less about it. That's a personal preference thing. Some, but not all, of the 1.2 lenses have added that Arneo coating in addition to the nano coating on the lenses, but not all of them. But you don't have either of those coatings on the 1.4 version. And obviously the glass element group and lens types don't know what they would be, but because of the price point, you would anticipate it being better. And the 1.2 glass has 2 stepper motors in it. Not one, they have 2 stepper motors in it. Gives you more accurate focusing, smoother, faster. And my own opinion is you probably need to have the 2 stepper motors on the 1.2 glass because the glass is heavier. You're moving heavier optics inside the lens body, and I'm sure that's part of the reason why you have 2 stepper motors in them versus 1. There's going to be a much heavier lens. So
Can I add something, Jeff?
yeah,
I think for the motors, because this lens seems to go on the same line as the non-S line lenses that they've been taught as content creator lenses. So for video, and you want fast autofocus to track your subject when you're moving around. I think that's who they're catering to. Because if you look at all these newer stuff that's coming out, you don't see any old people being shown in these things. They're showing the younger folks either on gimbal or moving around and shooting with these things. I think that's definitely the market that they're going after with these lower price lenses
yeah,
and
it's
make it perform as good as well as the other guys.
it's a entry level lens that's going to be good quality for the money, and it's going to attract a lot of people. But like I said, for me, at least right now anyway, I mean, with the S series version being $100 more, I'd pay the extra $100. Be honest with you, I'd even consider paying the extra $250. To be honest with you, but for $100, yeah, I'll pay the $100 for the 1.8. To be honest,
It's a needs based thing, I think, because it's whatever, the 40mm void liner, which is pretty good. It's not autofocus, but that was $799. Nikon coming out with the autofocus 1.4. I mean, I think that's a pretty good steal for that lens.
yeah,
The
I
new
think
Nifty 50, I would call it, but it's 35.
yeah. Now we got to wait and see more image comparisons because Photography Life did an article about the lens, and all the images that they took with the lens looked very good, but they didn't really take any images in situations where it would challenge, where you'd see if you had a chromatic aberration situation, it wasn't going to show up in the images that they took.
But remember, people like Robert R. that comes here, and he's not yet, but he wanted to have that 1.2 for astrophotography. And although in astrophotography, astro landscape, which he does, right? They stop down the lens a little, but the astro landscapers, if you want to call it that way, they are looking at the stars at the margin of the
shape of the
frame.
stars and the corners
Exactly.
and all that kind of stuff. So it's not going to be a lens for them.
Exactly. So people like Robert probably say, I pass, I wait for the 1.2.
Yeah. But I mean, to me, it's a budget-friendly lens, and I'm just going to say with very good or better image quality. I haven't seen enough images to say that it's excellent or EX plus. Haven't seen enough images yet, but it looks decent. And but it's good that they have that Nikon's making lenses at lower price points, because you have to have options and different strokes for different folks, different use cases, as another YouTuber likes to say, different use case. You may not need or afford some of that other glass, and it'll work perfectly fine for you, and there's nothing wrong with it. So I think it's good that they have it out there, but to be honest with you, I think kind of a bad thing is they probably should have announced that they were going to come out with the 1.4 first, and that the 1.2 wasn't being overlooked. They should have done that up front, so people weren't freaking out thinking that the 1.4 was replacing the 1.2, because that's what happened when this thing first came out. And of course, you get clarification after the fact, but Nikon should have explained that up front, that this is another 35mm lens for somebody's bag, but it is not instead of
the fact that
35
it didn't came with a Z6 III, but it came around the 6.6 III. That tells you that it is somehow associated with that kind of consumer prosumer scale.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think though, because there is a considerable difference, in my opinion, between the 1.8 version and the 1.4, is that they should have made the 1.4, even if they bumped it up $100, they should have made it an S lens.
You know,
They
I
could have
think
made it an S
Nikon
lens.
is, well, the camera makers nowadays seem to be just putting things out without giving notification, because even Canon as well have pulled their lens roadmap. You know, they're going to put things out without telling you. I think Nikon has got to the stage where, like, we have plenty of stuff out there in the market. We're just going to put out stuff without really making an announcement as far as what we're going to do. We've pretty much filled out our line. There's that one that we know from the roadmap, the
It was,
1.2.
it was just that one lens, though. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? If it wasn't that one lens was still hanging on that chart somewhere on somebody's wall, I wouldn't care whether they told you or not, because I knew they weren't doing a new roadmap. Everybody knew they weren't adding to the roadmap. We were going to, like you said, everything's going to be a surprise from now on. But when you threw this one out there to the world, everybody freaked out and said, "Where's my 1.2?" I mean, I wasn't, because I'm not interested in buying it, but some people want it.
Now, what if they
People are
come out with
freaking out
something
though
and
because of the
sorry.
rumor mill. You know, it's not because of Nikon; it's because of the rumor
Yeah.
mill, and all these assumptions are made by rumor sites. You know,
Yeah.
Nikon had nothing to do with that, and
Yep.
not having a roadmap is the norm. The only
Yeah.
reason the roadmap existed was to give people confidence into the new mount. You know, so
Yeah.
they could see what was coming, see what was coming down the pipeline. But you know, going back to another roadmap, it just doesn't make sense.
No.
Yeah,
So
no.
everything's going to be released without a lot of insight. You know, they're not going to leak things. So what comes out next from Nikon is going to be a surprise for most.
Yeah.
And I just have one correction on what you said before about the 85-1.2. They didn't put the OLED screen on that lens. That's the first lens that they removed it from.
Okay.
So the 50-1.2 has it, but the 85 does not.
Okay. Yeah, I
Now
don't
maybe
know.
they'll give it a name like, you know, the planar lens. Maybe they're waiting to do that, make the optics really good and put the price up. Who knows?
I mean, for those of you that have either one of those lenses, or how many of you care about that little display? Does
I actually
anybody,
like it.
you know?
I liked it when I had in the 24-70, but I didn't use it very often. It's cool, but
It does not change the way you shoot, correct?
No.
And
No.
Mothman, I like the way that you can press the button and switch between, aperture,
Yeah.
distance. That's useful sometimes when you want to verify stuff, correct?
Yep.
But it's not one that you cannot live without it. Right?
No, not at all. No.
Yeah. The thing, and I agree with Wayne, is they don't have to give the roadmap or any roadmap, but they have to keep a chart that is up to date. So they release a new lens, put it in the chart, okay? So that then we have the new PDF of the new chart with the current C lineup. That is what they should do.
you know, I think because so many people on the influencer space were talking about what kind of lenses Nikon have and Canon on the RF side, you know, not filling out the breadth of lens that they have. Like Sony can have all these third-party manufacturers, all the different lens. Sony's been doing this mirrorless thing longer, and it's built out the lens lineup. Nikon with the Z mount, they launched a bunch of S lenses, you know, 20-40-70, 35-50, all of those things, they were S line. Even if F4 1.8, they were S line. So people looking at like what else is coming. So now they've pretty much given us everything in the range that covers most of what photographers need, and now they're starting to add some of those other less price lens. They've been putting them together and starting to call them like a content creation lens.
But
So they're
Wayne,
now saying, yeah.
But having a line-up chart, correct? Nikon always have a chart. You have charts of accessories. You have a chart of cameras. That's not new. The thing is that they gave us one in advance before. They don't have to do that anymore. They explicitly said that they're not going to give us one anymore. And the chart that was published, we have several surprises, correct? That were not in the chart, including the 180 to 600, correct? Because that was, remember, the 200 to 600, correct? That Tamron lens that it's an adaptation of a Tamron lens that didn't appear in the chart. Actually, Robert was saying that maybe this is a Tamron design. Maybe they left the 1.4 line up to work with Tamron. Okay.
Well, they need to have a lens availability chart is what they need to have. It's
Exactly.
Just to have a chart that shows everything
Retroactive.
that is up to date with what has been released.
Exactly.
Not having anything extra talking about stuff that is not
in the future,
not going to be announced ahead of time, but just maintain a spreadsheet or something that people can look at a glance and know all the lenses that have been produced up to this point.
Every time they got a new lens or a new accessory, the chart get updated, and that's actually the way they have been doing it. I haven't searched for the newest one and see whether they added this lens, but so far they have added all the lenses.
Yeah. I'm going to put this comment up here since while I see it here. Let me boom. Give me a second.
Actually, Randall, I have been thinking about that. The 200, they need to come with some interesting lenses now. Right? A 200 or a 300 macro.
Yeah.
Right. That will be a macro. Could be a 300 f4 macro. That will be something that nobody has. Correct. We used to have a 200 macro, right?
Yeah, the 200 macro. I know people that still haven't bought a macro lens from Nikon because they want that 200. They don't feel the 105 gives them enough distance away from their subject, so they haven't even bought, the 105. So they're holding off on waiting for a 200. So
we'll tell them to buy the 105 so they can release the 200.
Exactly.
That's when it'll happen.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, I already have the 105, so I'm ready for that 200. But I was thinking even a 300, correct? I mean, some of us that had the 180 to 600, and actually was using it today. The beauty of that compared with the 600 PF, is that it has a closer focusing distance, correct? Instead of the 5 meters, it's like 2.7 meters, and actually work reasonably well. Kind of you're photographing butterflies or something like that you don't have to be on top of the animal to be able to take the photo, right?
The 100 to 400 is like that as well.
Exactly.
So Jeff and Leslie comment, forgive their ignorance, not a people photography. Question is how many different 35 millimeter lenses does a manufacturer need to make?
Exactly.
And I guess my comment with the 35 millimeter range was always considered like the street photography lens. I mean, that's what a lot of the cameras, even the rangefinder cameras back in the 50s, they didn't all have 50 millimeter lenses on them that everybody thinks is quote unquote the normal lens, the 50 millimeter lens. They had 40 millimeter lenses on them. Okay. So a lot of people associate a 35 millimeter lens on a full frame camera as being a street photography lens for that reason. But I mean, many months ago, I think many people, including myself, and obviously I'm being proven wrong right now. So I'm going to say I was wrong. I felt, as I think a lot of other people did, that Nikon was going to focus on the 1.8 lenses and the 1.2 lenses, and they were going to let the third-party guys make the 1.4 lenses, because there are third-party guys that did 1.4 lenses, but now it's obvious that is no longer true.
Hold that thought, though. Hold that thought. To steal a line from Hugh, those 1.4s from Sigma, they're much better quality lenses. So the 1.4, 35 1.4 from Nikon it's kind of a budget lens. And if you think about it, there are a lot of people that, I don't know if you want to call them photographers or just gear junkies or what, but that's the only spec they care about is the f-stop. So they're going to buy that lens just because it's f1.4. They're not going to care that it has coatings, that doesn't have the coatings that the 1.8 does. They're strictly buying it for that light gathering ability. And, the fact that it doesn't have the coatings, well, hey, if they're shooting in environments, where they need the f1.4 aperture, that the fact that it doesn't have coatings isn't going to be as big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm going to be the outlier and say, I could see when you're talking like, okay, an f4 lens versus a 2.8. Okay, and you go, yeah, the 2.8, I want that because I'm going to have better bokeh at 2.8. And obviously you do. And in some cases, you might be looking at a lens that's 2.8 versus 5.6, and that's even more of a difference. But when you start looking at the differences between a 1.2, a 1.4, and a 1.8, that isn't a lot of difference, especially with today's cameras and their ability to, between noise reduction software, and even if you're not using noise reduction software, the differences in those lenses, a third of a stop or 2/3 of a stop really isn't anything overly significant. I mean, and for the price point differences,
I mean,
it's
if you're shooting them wide open, it's really that aesthetic that's the difference. That the range of focus, whatever that focal plane, that's going to be the big difference.
Right, but how much difference is it going to be between a 1.4, a quality 1.4, not an entry level 1.4, but if you had an S series 1.4 versus an S series 1.2, is it really going to be that big of a difference?
Yeah, man, but that's why it's not an S lens, correct?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, if you're splitting atoms at some point, it's.
But Tim make a good point, which is all these nano coating and ED glasses, they show their benefit sometimes, correct? Sometimes. It's like what we were talking about, the 180 to 600 versus the regular 600, apart from one being sooner the other, correct? It's that, it's when the situation get a little bit tricky, but in most circumstances, with good light, behind you and, very well exposed with good ISO, you may not see it. And that's the point that Tim is making, correct?
Well, the coatings make a big difference when you're dealing with flare.
Yep. Exactly.
And you're dealing with strong backlight.
Exactly.
And you get better contrast because of the coatings. Like you look at the Plena lens. The Plena lens has every coating that Nikon has is on that lens. You got Arneo coating. You got every kind of coating that they could slap on a lens is on that Plena lens. And everybody loves the Plena lens.
Exactly.
But those coatings do make a difference. But yeah, if you have an average scene where you don't have anything that's where the lighting isn't too strong, a lens with just that SIC coating is going to be perfectly fine in those circumstances. It's when you have the harsher lighting or the strong backlit lighting, or if you're shooting with the sun in the picture, with flare and stuff like that.
Exactly.
So, but obviously those coatings cost a lot of money because they only put all of them on their most expensive glass.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
They're not cheap. Yeah.
But your style of photography may not intercept with those conditions, and then you're fine, and that's fantastic, right? Look, what gets me, Jeff, and we talk about that all the time, right, is the people complaining because it is a new lens and not the one that they expected.
Yeah.
And then they get told, hey, the one that you expected is coming, and they still complain. So just chill out, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, okay, it's not what any of us probably thought what it was going to be, but so what? It's not. This is what it is. Does it have a market segment? Yes, it has a
Yep.
market segment. Are people going to buy the lens? Yes, people are going to buy the lens. Are we happy if people are buying? If you're, I'm happy when any manufacturer has a product that people want to buy. Good for them, right? You don't want anybody to. I don't want any a manufacturer to fail.
Exactly.
I don't care who it is. I don't want to see any of them fail, because the minute you only got two players in the game, and heaven forbid you ever have one player in the game,
We lose.
then as a certain guy in the movies would say, game over, man, game over. That would be it,
Yeah.
The other thing to note about the new 1.4 is if you look at the MTF chart on that, it's obviously not as good as the 1.8, but it's not that far of a departure from the 1.4G lens.
Exactly.
So even though it's, a cheaper lens, that G lens is a $1,500 lens, I believe.
Exactly. Exactly.
But the
I like the fact that they separated out the control ring instead of having the one ring and the 1.8, that you can make adjustments, so do whatever you want to do. You can leave your focus on the main ring, and then you have the control ring for your aperture and your shutter speed, depending on whatever you want to put on it. So that I like about it from a video aspect. I can throw the ISO or the aperture on there and adjust that when I'm shooting. So I'm kind of considering, I really want like the 1.2 with autofocus, because I consider the Zeiss 1.4 that I saw in Malaysia that I really want to pick up, but it's heavy. But I think I can hang out for a little bit longer for that 1.2, or just use the 1.4 for now. For the most part, for my kind of travel, everything's got to be my bag with me. I don't need something that's too heavy right now.
no, they'll sell a ton of them. I mean, and the way they're marketing it, excuse me, like you said, content creators, people doing videos, people riding on skateboards, with the have the camera hanging low to the ground and trying to follow somebody and doing all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that there's a market for that. And it was interesting. There was I forget where I read it, but there was an interview with, I don't want to say it was the CEO of Nikon, but it was somebody pretty high up, and they basically admitted that if there's one group of people that they've kind of ignored with their product offerings, it's it's really the young people.
Yeah.
Okay, that they acknowledge the fact that they're lagging behind in creating new products that appeal to young content creators, that they need to improve on that. They feel that they've addressed, let's say, other category of content creators and or professionals, serious amateurs, stuff like that. That their needs have been pretty much addressed. And like we said with the lenses, anything that comes out now, like Tim said, is gonna be a surprise. And so with them having filled their lens lineup, probably 90%, let's say, the remaining 10% is going to be those niche products. If they're going to do tilt shift lenses and a Z mount, are they going to do a 200 millimeter or longer macro lens? Are they going to come out with a lower aperture ultra wide angle lens, or some lower aperture fixed focal length but wide aperture lenses? You know, there's definitely room for probably another, I would say, maybe 10 or so more, what you'd consider, I guess, specialty lenses or lenses that aren't necessarily the first things that people are going to say, yeah, I'm going to buy that. But, specific set of users would really need tilt shift lenses. I mean, a lot of people that do real estate photography or architectural photography love tilt shift lenses, and a very patient nature photographer, a landscape photographer, could get some good use out of a tilt shift lens as well. So there are segments out there that could use these lenses, but obviously they tried to address the lens needs for more of the masses, let's say. Okay, now they're down to where, come out with a fisheye lens, come out with like the old lens David Stewart has at the what is it, the 8-15? It's a fisheye at 8, and at 15 it's a rectangular lens in the F mount, and it sells for a little over $1,000. I think you could still buy it. They need something like that in a Z mount, So there's probably at least 10 lenses, guys, unless you disagree. I mean, I would think at least 10 lenses that they could still do, and I'm not even getting into if they decided to expand. And I'm not going to get into an argument whether they should or they shouldn't, but obviously they don't have a lot of DX lenses, right? So you could always go there and say, you need to make more DX lenses for your, the APS-C cameras, especially if they're ever going to come out with a pro level APS-C camera. You're going to want to have you may want to have some more DX lenses. But I don't know what their thinking is with that, whether they're going to do, more DX lenses or not, or are they going to, or have they given that, do you think they've given that market up to the third party lens manufacturers?
Remember that the chances of getting some additional lenses, correct? Those lens engineers, they're not going to stop, correct? It's not in their interest to stop producing new lenses. And over the last, I think it was a chart presented by Tom Hogan. They said over the last 10, 15 years, the average of new lenses that Nikon produced, even through the transition from the F to the Z mount, is about 6 to 7 per year. Okay, so there is a slope that had to do probably with their engineering department ability to create new optical designs and the tooling of the manufacturing that they do. So we should see the average. Correct.
I want to say hello to Lynn. Lynn is in the chat. So I kind of backing up a little bit here. I'm going to throw up John Ishie's first bird photo.
Okay.
And when he says his first bird photo, I guess my question is to John, if he's still in the chat, is say hi to Fel. Fel is in the house. I'm just trying to scroll down quick and see who else is in here. David Stewart's in the chat now. I guess my question to is this bird picture from the new Fuji camera that is quote unquote his wife's with the long glass on it, or is this
that's what I'm hoping for,
from a different camera? So let me
600 PF.
What's that?
Or the 600 PF.
Or the 600,
I think it's a 600 PF.
600 PF.
Yeah,
I wanted medium format bird.
No. I think it's a 600.
Not bad.
That is good. Yeah.
Yeah, I like how he painted the wings gold color, like brownish gold. I like that. Those fake stuffed birds that you could buy are pretty lifelike.
I like the species. It's a pretty species for sure.
Yeah, the bird park in Malaysia have some good species out of that you can shoot.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, that looks like the head of a pileated woodpecker, but our pileated woodpeckers in North America don't have that brown
gold
coloration on them like that.
That chestnut color.
No. Different jackets.
Yeah. Is that maybe is that like the dinner jacket if you're going out like to a fancy restaurant?
Can you make it bigger on the screen, Jeff?
If John show up here, we tease him. But then he need to tell us whether it's the 500 Fuji or the 600 PF.
That's as big as I can make it, to be honest with you.
Can you zoom in or not?
No.
Yeah, because the screen display is wide, but then okay, there you go.
How's that? There we go.
Yeah,
That's good.
That's good. That's good, John.
That's good.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
He didn't give any information.
That's an interesting color pattern. It's definitely different. See, now John's gonna get dangerous in the bird photography arena. I guess we have to watch out for him.
might very well happen.
David Stewart's asking if this photo is AI.
Nah. I think that's a real deal because we had shot like the toucan, I think that's what it's called, the national bird of Malaysia, and we shot at the same time. And when he presented his, he basically cut the bird out. It was like a black background, made it seem like it's in the studio they shot it, and of course, it looked really good. So this one was just seemed like he just shot it and give it to you exactly as it is in the park.
I remember he mentioned that Diana was itching to go to the bird park.
Yeah.
In Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, because I think she got the 500 from from Fuji.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering, whether it was a Diana Ishii Fuji bird shot or a John Ishii 600 bird shot. But I guess it's the same.
Well, we know John because Diana would have been much better. He's not here. He's not listening to this.
Where's John?
Hey, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not touching that one. I ain't touching it. No way. I'm going to put up another, like I said, during the show, I'm going to put up other content creators links. I put up Chuck's earlier. I'm going to put up, this is Luis's Instagram account that you guys could go to look at some of his pictures. And like I said, I have a PDF file with a list of people's names and their information, people that come on the chat, that are in the chat. And if you have a secret channel that I don't know about, or you share your images on Facebook or Instagram and you want to supply me that information, I'll add it to the PDF. I'll add it and send out another PDF to anybody who wants it. So we want to promote each other's work and what we all do, and I have no problem to doing this. And I feel it's as did Chuck, that it's always been important to support the little guy, because there's more little guys than there are big guys out there, right? So if we don't help each other out, nobody that's really, really big are going to help us out, right? It's got to be the little guys helping out the little guys.
Yeah.
So let's make sure
also the question mark and everything after that is optional. So if people actually want to type that in, they don't have to type in the question mark and everything after it.
No, if you look for Louis Samosa, you find him that way. That's the easiest way.
I'm partial to what he does, but he's good. He's a good birder, and he's a good photographer. Jeff, I don't know if you have visited recently. He has some of these neotropical kingfishers. Wow, I have seen them. Correct, but those are not easy, as you know, kingfisher in general. And in his last trip to Costa Rica, he managed to get like 3 different species.
You think that bird was a kingfisher, by the way?
I'm sorry?
From John?
No, that's a woodpecker.
It was, because I looked, I couldn't even find one. In that color.
That's like a pileated woodpecker that's wearing a different coat. that's the Malaysia version of a pileated. I don't know what they call it.
And I'm sure. I remember. Malaysia, as Wayne was saying, correct? They're wonderful birds. Okay? And remember, Malaysia is not only the peninsula; they have Sabah and
Sarawak.
Sarawak. I mean, all those have different animals too.
Yep. I haven't been out to the jungles of Sabah and Sarawak, but I hope when I get there it's not raining or smoky and we can take a trip out there and shoot some stuff.
Yeah,
I'll put
Sarawak, the the forest fire are a problem, Wayne, because I used to live in Brunei, which is neighbor to that. Is
Yes.
the rainforest there, the lowlands, they have like a peat layer under the rainforest. So
Hmm.
when the fire get into the peat layer, man, that basically stay active for a long, long time.
I can imagine, when I went, not last year, the year before, it was like for the week that I was there, I didn't realize there were mountains around because it was just so gray out there with the smoke. And
Yes,
like the day when we were leaving to go to Sabah, when we go to breakfast, look at us like, oh my God, there are mountains out there because it's been like raining on and off, and then when it rain stopped, the smoke was around. So I want to go back when it's not rainy season and outside of burning season, to go see what it's like. Because
yeah.
we went to the cultural center, but we didn't go on to the jungle hike and so on because you don't want to go out there be muddy and slip in the mud and damage your equipment.
At the time when I was young, and a lot of people there going to Mount Kinabalu, Kinabalu,
Kinabalu,
Mount Kinabalu, was
yeah,
a very popular outing
hike,
because it's almost like a 4,000-meter mountain in the tropics, correct?
yep.
But not anymore for me. That's
I'm still chancing it, but I've been having some knee pains. My last couple of weeks here, I've been going to doctor and getting checked out and seeing if I need surgery and so on. So luckily enough, I don't, but I got another checkup tomorrow. So we'll
okay.
see. Yeah, but you want to walk and exercise. My biggest thing is I need to lose some weight because there are times when I know the knee doesn't hurt as bad, and I've been wearing sneakers more so than flip flop these days to kind of overcome that. And it's actually lessening the pain. But I know walking around Thailand in flip flops was not the best thing for me, and lugging around camera gear.
Yeah,
So
no arch support. Yeah, no arch support, my
yeah,
friend. Being someone that has worn what we called in the day appliances, basically in my shoes since I was 8 years old. So, yeah, you have to have good arch support, otherwise you're going to have all sorts of problems.
man, that I was messed up. Like walking like
Flip flops give you nothing.
Yeah. But
oh yeah,
Wayne, definitely the weight. Also the shoe. I love these shoes. The Skechers.
yes.
If you can find them in Malaysia, and sure you can. Those are
Well,
those are so fantastic on the air support, and they are comfortable as well. So uh, I know many of us in this group here sometimes suffer from foot pain, correct? But
mhm.
since I bought this one, man, and I lost some weight as well. So so that's important.
Oh yeah,
But
you'll end up with that plantar
exactly.
fasciitis or a collapsed arch, all sorts of things that could go on. It's not worth it. I want to
No,
say hi to Pharaoh Man that is in the chat now. I know some people saying hi to him. I want to say hi to him as well. Uh, and I like David Stewart's comment here to John. He's looking for another body to shoot. Well, if he has the 600 on his camera, he could get a picture of the bodies from a safer distance away. So I'm
Exactly.
sure that works out very well for him. And Roy's in the chat again. He says he thought John's first bird would be a vulture.
Exactly. So Skechers, Wayne.
yeah. I tried Skechers. I had a pair that I wore. They didn't work for me.
Okay.
I can't remember the name of the brand of the shoe that I got. It's one of the newer what do they call it? Not on running that have like the cloud thing, but I also bought a pair of on running shoes as well too. Well, the cloud version that for walking, and both of those have been actually working well.
Hmm.
And surprisingly, like when I take the camera bag out and I have like the planner inside of it and a couple other stuff, it's a shoulder bag, so you tend to feel the weight. It lasts a bit longer in the day before I actually start feeling any foot pain. So to me, that's a good thing.
Yes.
So I'm looking for some of the stuff that I can wear like in and around the house that is going to be better and not cause as much problem. And I have to say this: the chairs in Malaysia, sofas, chairs, and so on, they were made for really short people. When I
Exactly.
when I go sitting on those things, my knee hurt like every time. So I probably should be sitting more than standing, but it's like going down. I was like, look, I'll just stand because every time I go down, I feel the pain. I'm like, yeah, it's okay.
As our bodies continue to deteriorate.
Yeah.
No fun. The
Hoka. Yeah, I have. That's one Hoka Marsman. I have the Hoka. What is it called? You know the name of them? I can't remember the name, but it is a Hoka branded one. It's not the Clifton. I think the other one that has like the most cushion in. That's the one I got.
Thank you, Terry.
okay.
Oh, the woodpecker.
Yes.
Yeah.
I guess it was on fire with that color on the back of the wings there. Flame back was on fire.
All
I'm
about
looking at
feedback.
pictures and they're fantastic.
But we'll put up the reminder again because we're up to 31 people. So I'm going to keep doing this because we want to get. No, that ain't what I want. That's not what I want. Let's see. Boom. Okay, photo review next Saturday, guys. We got 30, well, including mine, we got 43 or 44 pictures right now. We want to double that amount. So we need people to send in their images. And for those of you that were fortunate enough to try out a Z6 III as Randall was and get some pictures, send in some images you got with that Z6 III, and you've been trying it out with different lenses, of course. And why don't you, while I'm mentioning it, why don't you give us a little dissertation on what you like or don't like about the camera and what you have, in general, what you have put on it and how you feel about it.
Okay. Basically, the camera is fantastic on autofocus. It's much faster than the Z6 II, Z7 II, and the ZF. I was just having a little overheating issue. What happened was there was no warning on the camera where it was getting too hot with the card or anything. It would just freeze. So I found out it was the CF Express card. So I took it out, put another one in. I reset all the settings in the camera, and I have not had one problem with it. It is hot here in Texas. It's about 95 to 100 degrees every day. It feels warmer with the humidity, but with all the pictures I've been doing, most of them are coming out sharp. I've used F-mount lenses on there. I use the AI, AFS, the D, E, and G lenses. I have not once put in a non-CPU lens data in the camera. It recognized it. Whatever lens I put on the camera, let's say if it's 1-in-1, basically that's what the firmware is on with the 26 millimeter. When I put the 24 to 70 millimeter F4 that I had on it showed the firmware on as 1.1. So whatever they did with this camera, they updated to be compatible with a lot of lenses. So I've used adapters from different brands to work on this. I've had no problems manual focusing. And what I like about this is it does give you a feature where when you turn it on in video and in photos, on the manual focusing, once you get it focused, you'll see the green go up, you know, a square box around the subject that you're trying to get sharp. So I do appreciate that. As you can see, I had a lot of cameras. I deal with a lot of them. But in order to get this camera, I sold my R8 and my Z7 II. And they compensated for, I was a little bit short, but still, it was well worth getting this camera. I've done 6K 60, 4K 120. I did the HD 240. I haven't put the video up yet to show how it slows down, but whatever I've done, besides the problem with the CF Express card, it's been doing stellar. On some CF Express cards, they run hotter, and when it was freezing, it was very hot on the bottom of the camera. Not the back, not the top, but on the bottom.
Now, is that particular card, I believe Nikon Rumors just came out with a compatibility list of CF EB cards for the Z6 III. Was the particular card you using, was it one of the ones that they recommended or no?
I have not seen that. I used the ProMaster one. I wanted the more storage, so I went with that. But since it was freezing up, I put in another ProMaster, but it's like half the size. And I haven't had trouble since. I also reset everything in the camera. Let's see what else. Yeah, I think my camera was a demo or something. But when you reset it, all your counts go back to zero. It's shocking. You know, I thought it would continue on with the camera, but it went back to zero. And let's see what else. The EVF. Okay, I know people complain they rather have a tilt screen or a screen like Z8 or Z9. This is a hybrid camera. It's middle of the road. Okay, so it's like with the ZF. The thing is, for vloggers, they now got a better camera that can chew it off without any problems with the buffer. Okay, I would mark this up higher than the A7 IV or the R6 Mark II. Okay, right now. So in that mid-range, I think Nikon hit a home run. The other thing is the EVF is so fine that you can raise it up higher. It'll go up to 4,000 nits. And I think it's at the highest is 300 more than the Z9, if I remember correctly.
Well,
But
I think
still,
the Z9's 3,000 nits, and I think it's 3,000 nits on the Z9.
Was it 3,000 or
3,700?
3,700?
No, 3,000, I think.
And this is 5,000.
Well, anyway, and on the LCD screen, you can also, they have a plus or minus, like for the outside. I was having a little difficulty, so I raised it to a +5, and I could see it. So they did add that. They added a new feature for the line in. So if you have a sound device that you use XLR and stuff, you can plug it into the camera and use that. So they did a better job on that. Also, I've used the Eternal mic built in, and it's fantastic. I've also used the wireless Go mics, you know, sound the difference. And it sounds fabulous, okay? It's very comfortable in the hand. I'm thinking about the grip, but I don't know. I have tried some dummy batteries, and they don't work with this camera. You know, with the ZF, the Z8, you had to have a different dummy battery compared to the older ones that worked on the DSLRs and stuff like that.
But let me ask you a question.
On this one, I tried both types, and it wouldn't work.
Right, Randall, let me ask you something here, because you do this stuff. Do you really need a dummy battery, or can you put a USB and plug it in like it's charging all the time. So
So I've tried that. Okay. So it's only a trickle down. It doesn't charge your camera when it's on. It just slows down the battery life.
it
Okay.
consumes more
Yeah.
than it that
Yeah.
he can get from that. But could it be that that had to do with the amperage of your
No.
charging?
No. No. I've had 100 watts on there, 65 watt. It all did the same thing.
Voltage.
And if you look in the manual and if you go on the site,
Okay.
they say it's just a trickle chart.
It slows down the depletion of your battery, but it doesn't keep it from depleting.
Exactly.
Basically.
Right.
Unless you, but if you turn the camera off, then it's going to charge. But
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So that's the only thing. I think it's a great camera. This bad boy right here. I put the 26 millimeter because the way my car is on the dash, I don't have that much of dash. All right, like it did on the VW. So I needed a small pancake lens. Did you know that by using the ETZ21 Pro adapter, which you can use Sony lenses on this camera, on any Nikon Z camera, either DX or FX, with autofocus, I used 16 millimeter f2.8, and it was fantastic. I even used other lenses, and I did a video on it from telephoto. In fact, I was just using the crop sensor lenses for this thing, and it did crop very well. So whatever they did with the camera, they did an excellent job, and I think it's fantastic. It's well worth the price. My Z7 II would turn off without, when I had it on a live stream, not recording to it, just for an HDMI, and then it would just turn off. It'd go black. It was just that type of animal. I have other cameras that kind of go to sleep. You just hit the shutter release button, and it'll wake it up. On the Z7 II, I had to turn it off and turn it back on. So I didn't have that. And then I wasn't using the R8. So I have so many cameras. What you see right here, this is not in the studio. This is what I go and shoot out with. So like I have the Z9, Z8, two ZFs. I got the Z6 III now. I got my ZFC. I got my Z30. I even have the V3. That's a Nikon 1 mirrorless system when Nikon first came out. And then I got my J5. So, and I got dummy batteries for all of them, except for the Z6. And I just use a power bank. I don't have to change any batteries out. I got enough storage in each of these cards where I'll never run out of data. And you can see the content I'm always putting up. So, I'm always doing something like that. I get an idea and I said, well, I don't think anybody's tried this. Let's try this. So, and I just put it up. But
you certainly do that.
Well, I'm glad I got a little concerned when you sent me the email that you had the freezing of the 4K, and I said, oh no. And, but then I didn't hear any more from you after that. And I said, well, you must have figured out what it is, because otherwise you probably would have sent me, more information or whatever. And I noticed that you didn't make any commentary about it when you were on the live stream on Gray's live stream with Seth Miranda, the other day. You talked about the versatility and using your adapter and putting the Sony glass on the Nikon body, and obviously some of the older Nikon glass that you put on the camera and stuff like that. So the fact that you didn't say anything about it, I was hoping that you figured it out and it was treating you well.
It's obvious that all these CF Express cards are not created equal.
Right.
Yeah, it's I mean, I just bought I mean, I had the I'm trying to think now, I'm having a brain fart.
Well,
Pro
I've been
grade,
using
I had the
SanDisk.
pro grade, the Cobalt series
Yeah.
on the Z9, and when I got the Z8, I had to get a few more cards, so I bought a Delkin Black CFEB card, just a 325 gig, and I bought the high end, SanDisk, SDXC, UHS2, card for the video for slot 2 that I'll use for the video. But yeah, it's just the joys of, getting another camera, even though I had some very low capacity SD cards, but they were too low. And I did have an extra CFEB card. But the one I had was more for if I needed it wasn't the fastest CFEB card. It was one that was more than fast enough for video. So it was a higher capacity card that I bought in case I'm doing a lot of video. I could put that, that card in versus, what I have in the camera normally. But I said, I'll just buy something fresh for the Z8, but I haven't set it up yet or anything like that. I finally got the battery in it tonight and turned it on and made sure that the panel illuminated, and that was about it. But hopefully in the next couple of days, I'll have time to slap some lenses on it and start setting up my menu system and going through the joys of camera setup, which I don't enjoy doing that any more than I enjoy editing my photos when I put my photos in my computer. But
So Jeff, I share so that's the list, correct, of approved CF express card, memory card, correct? So Randall, which one are you on now?
Well, okay, it's ProMaster, and I've used SanDisk, I've used ProGrade, I've used Delkin.
You see the program they recommend
Gigabyte. Well, I used the ProMaster 325, and I had no problems with that.
Yeah.
So,
but
it might have been Gigabyte. I don't know.
Yeah. So you can see the
Yeah.
program Cobalt.
Other cameras, and I've never had a problem. So
I have just found myself, because I want to try to minimize the surprises, is I try to go with the recommended list where possible. And then I've learned a lesson with batteries is I don't buy third-party batteries for my Nikon cameras. I buy the Nikon batteries. I had an off-brand battery one time in the camera, and I thought the camera got ruined. I mean, the thing was going nuts and behaving stupidly and having all sorts of problems. And I took that battery out and put the Nikon battery back in, and I never had, and it recovered and it worked fine. And I said, well, that battery's going back to B&H, and I'm just going to tell them to send me a Nikon battery. Pay the extra money, get the Nikon battery. I don't have to worry about it. But it's yeah, some things it doesn't matter. Other things it definitely does. And then there's another branch of stuff where it's like it could go either way, but it's you don't know until you try it, right? So what's impressive though is, and of course part of this is because it is a small megapixel camera, is that you can get basically that unlimited 20 frames per second raw with the buffer not clogging up on you and slowing things down. So for those that like to be heavy on the trigger finger, that's going to make a lot of those people very, very happy. I try to minimize the heavy trigger finger effect as much as possible because I don't like going through that many photos. I go through too many as it is.
That's annoying.
Gustavo knows the feeling, you're waiting for that head to be in the right position on the bird, or that wings to be in the right position, or so you end up taking 10 shots or more to get the one that's the one that you want to keep, and so you get to go through an awful lot of
I still go for the pain and get my 20 frames per second.
I'm glad you're not telling me that you're going into JPEG mode and shooting at 120
No.
frames per second. Because if you're doing that, I'm going to write a letter to you tomorrow.
Although Randall, that would be a good test on that. The 240 frame per second on the video. The two.
Well, I did that, but what I'm going to do is I've done some clips. All right, one at HD 240, one at what is it? The 4K 120, and the 6K 60, and then I'll slow it down, and I'll put all three together. And what's nice about it is first part is regular, and then you'll see the slowdown where my voice goes, "Wah," and then the last part you'll see it finished. And I'll do all three segments, and I'll do it like a 2-minute, 3-minute video on it. So
you gotta find a model that could run around a track for you, so you could get the motion of someone on the track, like going real slow.
$1 million woman.
You can get the soundtrack from Chariots of Fire or something to put on in the background, But
I've gotten some great shots of birds. One was, I thought it was a mother pigeon. It was actually a white dove. And
White. I didn't know you locate. It was a white wing.
Yeah,
No,
that's it.
That's the one. Actually, Randall, that is not such a common bird for the United States, because those birds are just at the you live just at the northern range of that bird. So that bird is worthwhile shooting.
So it picked that nest. It's had 2 babies now. So the first one's born and is sticking around. And then there's another one that I don't know if it's alive or not. It's really hot here. But she's getting food. So I think the chick is alive. She's just getting food to feed it to the bird or the chick. But,
look, they live from where you are and south. So south from where you are is getting hotter, right? So they used to that environment there. So
yeah, it's when I went to Wrightsville Beach, where Tim and I had gone earlier in the year, and got some of the video clips and stills of the baby terns that were in my last couple videos that I did. I felt so bad for them. I mean, you knew that the heat was really taking a toll on those birds, and they weren't at that point. They were not active enough where they could really, walk around and get into the grasses, where they could potentially have a little bit of shade. And I mean, they would look for the silliest, smallest weed sticking up out of the ground, or a branch that was laying on the beach that they could crawl underneath, and looking for anything to try to cool down. I felt so bad for them. I mean, I really wonder. Of course, I don't like to really look up morbid things, but you kind of wonder what the survival rate is of the young. Like if that where some of them can't handle that. Obviously, if they have a lot of babies, they don't all get an equal distribution of food, if you know what I mean. So some of them don't get enough food and they don't make it. But I wonder how many don't make it because the heat's just too much for them.
I think the heat is the lesser of a problem. It's the cats and the rats, and those are
Yeah.
the real bad. I guarantee you, Jeff, that you were to measure the temperature not on the at your level, correct? The seafood level, but
Yeah.
at those white sands, those white grains of
Oh
sands,
yeah.
they probably are 50 degrees hotter than than at your level.
Oh yeah. They're over 100 degrees, easy,
Exactly.
easy, and they're just and like I said, they're not at that point, where they could scurry down to the water and get wet, cool off a little bit or whatever. They're kind of like stuck there for a while, they just kind of stay by the nesting area for quite a while before they really can start moving away from it. And what amazes me too is that the adults will leave the young there alone, and they will both disappear, and the young are there by themselves, and sometimes all the adults are, like, you're looking at a certain area and you see a couple babies here and a couple babies there, one over there, you see a handful of adults, all of a sudden they all take off. They don't necessarily come back within 2 or 3 minutes. And those babies are exposed to potentially any predators that may be around. And thankfully, I thankfully didn't see any predators that took any of them out. But you would think that if you have groups like that a few adults would hang around to try to protect the area, and some would go out to get food, and then they come back, and then those go out and get some food. But no, they'll all leave at the same time, and the babies are just all there by themselves. And
Maybe it's the heat.
You're like,
Maybe
oh no.
Maybe it's the heat that is protecting the babies, right? Because
Yeah.
no respectable cat will be around, or even a rat. And
Well-
at night, they are with the adults, correct?
My cat is catching any rats. All right. So I've had no rat problem, but it's the heat. So they're in a crepe myrtle tree. There's plenty of shade, and it's a lot cooler because I've been underneath that tree doing it. But is the male smaller than the female? And does it have different colors?
On that white winged dove,
Oh, yeah.
I don't. When I check it, I don't think so. But I'm sure Terry can check it. See, he's online and he has the app there where there is some sexual deformation between the two.
Yeah, see, I'm checking it now, and the colors I'm seeing with this other bird that's sticking around is, it's bigger than the barn swallow, but it's brown. Okay, and I thought, well, maybe it's the male thing, but it might be a pigeon.
It is a dove. It is a dove.
Well, we'll call Z-Wade up, have him come on, because everything's a pigeon to Z-Wade. Just different size pigeons, that's all, right? So we haven't.
But
Well,
going back to your dissertation there on the Nikon lineup, correct? So I know that probably now, because that's the toy that you are playing with is the C6 III, the one that you like the most. But which is the one that you think will be your preferred camera?
Gosh, I mean, I love all of them. I'm using the Z8 a lot. I'm using the Z6 III a lot. I've been using the ZFs, of course. I'm using the APS-Cs lesser. So I used to use the ZFC a lot, or and the Z30 always overheated. So I never liked that one. But I've been also dealing with the small, Nikon 1 cameras. I love gadgets. So
We can see.
here I am. I wake up. I'm
I never thought you liked gadgets. I'm confused. I don't understand.
Hey, don't get me started on Canon now. Canon, Sony, Panasonic, Leica. I did a video today on Leica where I got a mount for Nikon lenses to go on a Leica M8, and it worked. The focusing was different, but the pictures were still sharp. So I like doing stuff like that. It just I try to help people where they can save money. So let's say you have a Sony camera and you want to try the new Nikon camera, all right, like the ZF or whatever. Instead of buying the lens, just get the ETZ 21 Pro adapter from Megadap, slap it on there, put the lens on the adapter, and go to it. You'll have autofocus, and it's sharp. And then when you start having money to buy the native glass, then you go and buy that. So
wait, the question that I have, and I know that probably changes as you get more cameras, but certainly for me, correct? Many of us here, which is the one you see something in your backyard, and which is the one that you're going to reach first to take that photo?
usually I have a camera in my hand and I use that.
No?
Okay. So I will tell you though, one lens that's shocking a lot of people is I'm using the 28-400. It's small enough. Yeah, it's like f4 to f8, but it's pretty sharp.
Mm.
Get close to a subject, really close, like almost macro close. So a lot of people don't talk about that lens.
So look at
I
that.
hear, Randall, that when you have to decide on a camera, that you have this big wheel in the house that you spin.
With a fortune.
You wait and see what it lands on. You go, okay, today's the Leica day, today's the Sony day, today's the Canon day, or the Nikon day.
That's right.
So those in the chat, Wamuki, it talks about the different ways the camera work, correct?
Yeah, we'll put one up here. I've been looking at that too. In your menu of your camera, if you have if on is selected for USB power delivery in the setup menu, then the camera is connected to the optional EH-8P AC adapter, which is a Nikon part number. Power will be supplied to the camera when the camera is on. And then if you have we'll put this other one up. Power will only be supplied to the camera when the battery is inserted. The battery will not charge while the camera is powered by an outside power source.
Right.
So that should short
the battery charges if the camera is off.
Yeah.
So the other mode,
For a dummy battery. Yeah.
the other mode that he described, that Mookie described earlier, probably will give you full power, like a dummy battery, correct? Because it's not, while this mode here that we have on the screen is the one that basically is for charging the battery, correct? So anyway, worthwhile experimenting on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ordered 4 new.
You're being asked,
battery
Randall,
chargers.
if your adapter, if the focus is okay, or is it slow with that adapter that I'm assuming they're talking about the adapter that you're using to put Sony glass on a Nikon camera.
Okay, I saw no slowdown. So it was auto-focusing when I had it on video, which was shocking me. The pancake lens on the Sony, 16 millimeter, and it's a crop sensor lens. I couldn't believe it. And I had it in crop mode on Z6 II. So I did a test to see if anybody would mention that a 24.5 megapixel camera in crop mode, like, what is it, 10 megapixels?
I think 11.
Yeah.
It still looked great. And I didn't get one comment about that.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't, you're not talking really too many years back when that was considered a high megapixel camera.
6 to 10.
you know, the reality, and the reality today is too that how many, if you took a survey, that would be an interesting survey I should do on Wayne. We should probably each do it on our respective channels. Is do a survey and ask how many photographers out there make prints anymore.
Oh, I
You
don't think
know,
many.
because basically, if you're just sharing stuff on Instagram and doing YouTube content or doing you know, Facebook posts and stuff like that, I mean,
I viewed it on this size of device.
yeah, you don't need a 24.5 megapixel camera. Like you said, even in crop mode is way more than adequate for those types of you know, media presentations. It's really more of a it's more of, you know, the whole megapixel thing is really more of a croppability situation depending on your subject matter that you shoot, and it's also a resolution benefit for those that do make large prints, where they're going to see a difference with their prints.
And let's remember, in the old days, sorry, Jeff,
Yeah,
when you have your Nikon Pro cameras at 12 megapixels and you are seeing these pictures on Billboard, you can upres these things to the proper software, and those software are even much better today. So if you wanted to go to that next level for print, you can. But again, as we know, most people are digital.
yeah. I mean, even Lightroom, or I'm not sure, Photoshop might be the same or a little bit better. I'm not sure, but I mean, I know Lightroom will double your resolution within Lightroom, but you could always go if you want. If you were into the gigapixel, Topaz's gigapixel feature, you have an incredible level of incremental improvement in resolution. I don't use that app, so I don't know if you go at the real highest level of increment that you have quality issues or not. I've never used the app, but I have done, you know, I have printed out, let's say, an 8x12 print, you know, with a cropped image that was cropped to 8x12, and I printed it out as an 8x12, and then I went and I doubled the resolution and basically printed it out as a 16x24, and I couldn't tell the difference quality wise. But I wasn't, like I said, I was just using the standard doubling enhance mode within Lightroom, which basically doubles the resolution, but gigapixel will do a lot more than that. Tim, will take it easy. Tim's leaving us for a while. He's going to go get something to eat. He's in California time, so you know he's talking 8 o'clock here, and he hasn't eaten dinner yet. So thanks for coming in, Tim. And he's been working his behind off. So I told him don't stay too long, get some sleep tonight. So we may or may not see him after he has something to eat, because he's pretty worn out from work.
And he's not dropping. He's just gonna. He's starting to grill up. So I think he's still gonna be here and pop in from time to time.
We can hear I want to hear if you're firing up the grill and cooking a steak, I want to hear the sizzling on the screen here. I want to be able to hear the sizzling of the steaks.
He dropped now.
Ava, good to see you. Oh, you're stuck at work. Okay, well, check us out later on. Yeah, we're not giving away gold doubloons or anything, so you're not missing anything overly exciting. But it's good to see you pop in anyway. We appreciate it.
So you guys that use the CF and the C63, what one feature that have been highlighted by Hudson Henry that he liked a lot is the fact that you use a manual lens, correct? You can still see the autofocus recognition feature.
Yeah,
The subject detection. Yeah, it's on the
with
ZF.
Yeah, with a
Non-6.
non Nikon brand lens.
Yeah.
Exactly. That
Well,
is
remember, it's a manual focus subject detection, so some of
Yeah,
those lenses, it doesn't have to be Nikon.
right. So it's great, and then you can set it up where say it locks on the eye of whatever your subject is, and then you hit the OK button. You zoom in, you use your focus peaking, you tweak it, you back it out, take the picture. It's going to be sharp as a tack, and that's the one feature from the ZF, which up until the Z6 III was only in the ZF, not in any other Z camera.
exactly.
Carried that over and they put it in the Z6 III, which was a really, really good idea to do that. And that's actually a feature that I would hope that they do a firmware update and they add it to some of the other. They add it to a Z8 and they add it to a Z9.
But I think it was good that the users like Hudson Henry highlight that. That is amazing, right?
Yeah, because I didn't mention that in the presentation at all. I was hoping that it would be that. I'm happy to know that it actually did come over to the Z6 III.
Yeah. I mean, when we were doing the long-winded spec comparison the other day, a few weeks ago or whenever it was, I lose track of time, obviously, because I almost didn't have a show tonight. But it came up in the spec comparison between a Z6 II and a Z6 III and a Z8. But that's a fantastic feature. I mean, I enjoy putting, as Randall has done as well, is I enjoy putting some older glass on the newer Nikon bodies, and to be honest with you, I mean, if I'm going to put the manual focus lens, I'm gonna put it on the ZF to take advantage of that feature. It just makes your the odds of getting a nice sharp photo increase commensurately with using the ZF versus a Z8 or a Z9 when it comes to that.
Hey, what now's the question time for me. Let me type a verbal QQQ, correct? Because I told you I have been, and I show something later on if we can, but I have been doing some macro, correct? Photographing honeybees and photographing some bumblebees, etc., correct? Obviously, we don't have an insect autofocus recognition, okay? And it actually, I found that it struggle a little bit, correct? You have a flower and a bee, sometimes he doesn't want to go to the bee. I want to 3D track that bee in flight, right? Doesn't do it that well. So you have to fight the camera a little bit, correct?
Subject tracking. Just
The
hit it when it's on me.
The question I remember hearing, I think some photographers, I don't think it was specifically about, I think it was specifically on the C9, who was trying to photograph some dragonflies, and he used the airplane mode. And apparently the shape of the dragonfly was kind of similar to the airplane, and he was able to track it. Now, have you guys experimented with that or not?
I can tell you that I've used subject tracking to be just a couple months ago in Thailand.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to capture it and it was moving around. So I just tapped the back of the screen where we're sitting on the flower, and then it kind of went up and moved around. It actually tracked the bee. So that's an option that you can use.
Lots of times when I do macro, I use pinpoint autofocus.
Yeah, and that's what I have been doing. But it's a pain in the...
sometimes I just turn subject detection off completely.
Exactly. So
and use pinpoint autofocus, and I move the focus point around, and I do it that way.
But you know, correct? Yeah. I have been doing that. Correct. I have all this week. That's what I have been doing quite a bit. As soon as the weather, but it would be nice, correct, to have a proper insect mode, correct?
But imagine the database, though. They'd have. I mean, you know how many insects there are on the planet, right? Yeah. That would be one heck of a database to put together. Yeah, but, praying mantis, cockroach. I mean, take them forever.
No, but look, the birds are very diverse in their shape, not as diverse as as that. But I guarantee you, this is the beauty of these new algorithms, correct? That there may be some communality, right? With the shape of a certain type of animal that allows them, but the regular animal, doesn't work well, like David saying, with butterflies and bees. So and I heard that they sometimes the airplane mode work well with certain wing animals, correct? So anyway, I will try. I'll let you know, but I thought that you guys may have tried some of that. But I do that, Jeff. I use it, with the new cycle, which is not yet on the Z6 III, correct? The cycle, but that is a godsend that you can cycle so quickly between all the different autofocus mode. That actually had to come to all the cameras, right?
Yeah, it's funny as I updated, obviously, I mean, you guys know we're all pretty religious for the most part of updating our firmware on our camera bodies, and maybe if we're a little nervous, we might wait. We might wait a month before we do it just to see if people have a problem before we put it on our camera or whatever. But I put the firmware on the Z9, that would allow me to do that cycling methodology with the autofocus modes, and that's where I think I may be putting that on the Z8 when I do the Z8 configuration. But I'm so used to what I have my function buttons and my other buttons set up for, where it's all muscle memory now,
Exactly.
that I did not implement that new feature into the Z9 because not that I don't want to try it out, but I'm just kind of set in my ways now with how I use the camera and what I'm used to having certain buttons do, that I just said I'm not having a problem with how I'm using it now. I'm not going to mess with it. But, obviously the Z8 doesn't have as many function buttons as the Z9 does. So when I go to do the Z8, I may now do that cycling methodology on the Z8 and see how I like it. And if I end up liking it a lot, I may have to rethink about reconfiguring the Z9. But I'll experiment with that feature, I think, on the Z8 first.
It's a great feature.
See how I like it, because the problem is like where, if you want to go by like how Steve Perry has his setup, I think he uses his record button or something.
That's
in
right.
there. See, I use my record button when I'm in shooting mode. My record button brings up the My Menu screen. And I'm used to having it set up to do that.
Okay.
So if I wanted to do that same approach that he's doing, now I got to find somewhere else to bring up my Menu screen on. And so I have to like decide what I'm going to lose somewhere else, because somewhere, you only have so many things you can program that aren't overly confusing. And so then I got to, so it's not just a minor change for me to implement that onto the Z9, because I'm just, like I said, I'm used to having certain things on certain buttons. And so I have to kind of, break that. I think I'll put it on the Z8 and I'll get used to using it on the Z8. And then if I really, really like it, then I'll have to really do some deep thinking about how I want to reconfigure certain things on the Z9.
And as I said, you configure for the subject. So this week, because I've been shooting macro on the flowers and the insects, okay, I have to reassign one of the F1 to depth of field, correct? Preview.
Well, see, that's where I do a lot of that kind of stuff with my shooting banks.
Exactly.
So I have shooting banks, and I correlate my shooting bank and my custom shooting bank, so they're for the same genre. So it's like if my shooting bank A may be renamed to say, we'll just pick something. We'll say shooting bank A is portrait photography.
Exactly.
Custom bank A is also going to say portrait photography. Okay, so if I'm going to do portraits, I'm going to go to the shooting bank and the custom bank, and I'm going to change them both to A, so it says portraits, and maybe B is macro. I want to do macro. I have certain things set up differently, and I just switch it B and B. I match it up A, B, B, C, C, D, D, and I do it that way, and it works great. Works great.
Yeah.
But like I said, some people hate the shooting banks, and they like the U1, U2, U3 methodology that's in the Z6 III now, and it was on the, I believe it was also on the Z6 II, and probably the original Z6 as well. Some people like that approach better, but
It's the same thing.
it's
Very similar.
yeah, they both can do the same thing. So it's really
One
do I
hardware,
like
one
it?
software.
Yeah. So it's I don't get too hung up on. Definitely, I don't try to pick any battles of the U1, 2, 3 crowd versus the shooting bank crowd, because there's no sense in starting trouble about something that does basically the same thing.
I'm sure there is a YouTube dilemma somewhere there.
Oh, there's some crisis in Middle Earth somewhere about
Exactly.
subject matter.
It's very interesting how, people want newer cameras, but then they want the cameras to have dials, and they complain that the cameras doesn't have the dials in the right section and on the right side. I'm like, dude, if you buy a BMW and an
In a
Audi,
life.
or you buy a Kia, the things are set up a bit differently. If you choose to use it, learn how it works, and just use it the way it's designed to work.
Well, what's interesting is, you've got the newer, let's see, I'm not going to remember the model number, but you've got the newer Fuji camera that where your dial, when you're looking at, when you're holding the camera up to your eye, the dial on the left-hand side, instead of controlling frame rates and things like that, is now set up for your different types of film simulations. Okay, so they totally changed how that dial works. And then I was looking at a picture today of presumably what the top of the Canon R1 is going to look like, and that doesn't have any dial on it anywhere. That just has buttons. You got buttons on the left-hand, the top plate. You got buttons on the left side. You got buttons on the right side. So some people are gonna, and one of the buttons on the left-hand side, you could tell is for changing your frame rate. So it's going to just be interesting how people react to when there is such a different feel, not a right or a wrong, just a different feel to certain brand cameras in terms of how they're doing the same thing. Because obviously, even with Nikon, some things might get stripped off of a dial, and you could only change those things now if you go into the menu system, whether it be your My Menu screen or the I button on your camera to change certain things. Because the Z6 III, they got rid of the button on the front the front right of the camera that used to change your autofocus modes from AFS to AFC, correct? There's no button on the Z6 III, I don't believe. So you have to
There's
change
two in the front, so it's still there. And then they had the AF1 or the back button on. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I'm talking about the button. I'm talking about the button you have on your Z8 when you look at the front of the camera, it's on the corner on the bottom right.
Oh, got it.
Okay. Focus modes.
Your focus modes, your AFS, your AFC, your whether you're doing dynamic or wide area large and all that kind of stuff. I think on the Z6 III, you got to do that all through the menus now. So
I think it's in the I menu. Yeah, it's in the I menu.
Yeah, it's in the right. So that's what I'm saying. So, you got all these little morphs and changes and little things like that. And some people get locked, they've had a camera for a while a certain way. They get locked into that, and they're not willing to change, They have a hard time with change.
The good thing is, in general, if you get that C6 III, which it happened to me, and you have never shot it, I mean, you may not get it exactly the way you want it, but you can get shooting with it within the first half an hour because they are so
Similar.
ergonomically and the design is so similar, correct?
You know,
That is true.
that's what's nice with the for the most part. I mean, obviously, when you compare, say, 5 or 6 different camera bodies from Nikon, there are some that maybe have moved one button from the upper left. When you look at the back from the upper left, they might have moved the playback button down to the lower right, and moved one button around or whatever. But for the most part, the majority of the buttons are in the same place from body to body to body. It makes it a lot easier to pick up any of your cameras, Randall, and just feel comfortable just shooting with it right away.
Yeah.
Um,
I do see that in certain cameras, remember the Z50, all right? So the controls was on the LCD screen, and I liked it a lot better there. But then when they came out with the Z50 and the Z30, it was changed. Where they moved the video playback up by the trash can, and then sometimes they move the trash can back down. Yeah. The thing on the Z9, what always got me was I had to turn off the buttons on the bottom because I kept pressing it and my focus was going off. Then I realized I had to turn that off. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
yeah, it's
With camera, especially with my problem is I try a different camera and there's the wrong camera. I can't do it this way. I can't do it on a Canon. I can't do it on a Sony. And Sony on the A7C doesn't have a front dial. So yeah.
Yeah, it could. I see. I leave my camera confusion more for my film cameras rather than my digital SLR cameras.
the old cameras that you can go slow.
Slow. Everything is slow. Well, as I get older, I'm getting slow too. So
That's for sure, Randall. If you can shoot all the different menus from the different camera, that keep your head going, correct?
That's right. And you got to remember, some cameras are lower tier than the other ones, so they're missing the buttons or the features and stuff. And you press them. What's wrong? Oh, I'm using the wrong camera. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Alan Barnes is in the house. Hello, Alan. Good to see you.
Welcome.
Welcome to the show. We're like Seinfeld. It's a show all about nothing. I'll throw out a few things from the rumor mills, okay? And you guys, all the guys know all this stuff anyway, but we bring it up anyway. Well, speaking of rumors, I hear a rumor that there's a Canadian that wants to come on the show, so I gotta click a button and make him show up. So we got
Joey guy.
We got Joey.
Hey, Joey.
Hello, Joe. How are you?
Let me embarrass here, Mr. Joy. Right?
Uh-oh.
Go for it. I'm ready. Bring it on, Gustavo.
But Joy, don't let your head go too big. Okay? I'm going to say something. Correct? I saw his latest video, the production that he did for that golf course in Canada. Correct? You guys. I know many of us subscribe to his channel. We need to see that video. That what is it? 30 seconds promotion for that resort. Joy, this is what. Okay.
You want to share that? You want to share that on the show?
He should share it because the production quality is excellent. This guy knows what he's doing. And I tell you, many of us don't have an inspiration to do this professionally or to do this for money. Joy, you're going to make it, brother. If this is what you want, you're going to have your own production company properly made with, because these are, you have the talent to do it. Right? Many people here, among us, including me, pretend to have talent to do certain things. You have it.
No, Gustavo, man, I really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. I mean, Yeah, it was a lot of fun shooting that one. But I definitely would say though, like you guys are all so talented in your own areas, right? Like when I see a lot of the photos you guys take, it's one of the things that keeps me motivated to keep going out to shoot, right? So I really appreciate what you're saying, but at the same time, like don't shortchange what you guys do, because like again, like what you guys do, like it's something that I don't even dabble in, like birding, stuff like that.
Oh,
Like
I
I don't have
know.
the patience or the skill to do that, and I really appreciate what you guys do as well. So thank you.
No,
I
I
really
know, but
appreciate it.
but but if you really wanted to make it part of your career, and you really wanted to make it part of, because for us it's hobby, correct? I got a profession and another life, and photography has my hobby. I always pretend, people always tell me, hey, guy, when you retire, you can become a wildlife photographer. I say, what are you talking about? That's crazy. And that was when wildlife photography was a business. I was better as a geologist than I ever will be as a photographer, correct? But you have the talent if you want it, correct? So stick with it. I know to make something from a hobby into a business is a hard road, correct? But if that's what you want, I think in my honest opinion, you have the talent to do it, correct?
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Well, and you know what? I will say, like, I am blessed that I do get to use my camera a lot for work. Like,
Exactly.
it's definitely not like the full time thing by any means. It'd be cool if it was, but I do, like, even tonight before I came to live stream. The reason I was late was I was at the distillery shooting some more content for them, right? So, it's fun. I think for me, like, I work full time in marketing. Right, like that's my 9 to 5, and I get to use my camera a little bit there. But the side projects I do, like the golf shoot, I didn't get paid for that one. Those ones I do for fun do help me grow for sure. And like, I would say like over the last 3 years, it's really helped me get better at editing and soundscaping and doing all that kind of stuff. Because I never studied any of that, right? Like it was just from going
And,
out,
and,
seeing what
and let me
doesn't
tell you
work.
something. As a person that used to mentor a lot of young professionals in my line of business, correct? You have. I always like to mentor people, but mentorship it was a dog. It's a two-way street. I only pick people that I knew I could get something in return. I see what you do, that you have the skills to do this. Let me explain to you, because sometimes you need feedback, correct? So you mentioned one of the reasons I have been a little bit down, correct? But giving you some feedback here, correct?
Hmm.
One thing do you do well, and that's essential for any line of business, okay, or any endeavor you take in life, okay, is you are consistent. You are not doing everything and see what stick. That's never a good approach. Okay, you can be, you say I want to do this, and you try to perfect the skills on what you do. And I see that with your whiskey distillery video, with the video that you make with your dad on the fly fishing, and with this newest video on that resort. Okay, you got it, man. Jeff, we should try to play. And the behind the scenes Monkey was mentioning here, it was excellent. It
Yeah,
was
if you want to share that, just do a
Karen, boy, you should be proud, brother.
we just do a share screen, man, and put it up, and we'll watch it.
Yeah, here. Let me just bring it up here. I'll just have to open it on YouTube, because I guess there's a lot of audio in it. So let me just get that sorted out here. Also share tab audio, entire screen, window. Okay, so I have to do it that way. Are you guys able to see my screen?
I heard a bleep, so yeah, we're gonna see it in about 2 seconds here,
There we go.
and we
Got it.
will.
Put it big, Jeff. Put it big. So
I'm making it as big as I can.
exactly.
There is that a bit bigger. I made it a bit bigger on my
Yep.
side here.
Go for it.
All right, let's let it rip.
Let me show you what I got. me show you what I got.
Yeah, that's it.
Nice,
Thanks, guys.
Joe.
I appreciate it.
Really
Thank you.
nice.
Very, very good, Joe. Excellent. Excellent.
Thanks.
Is that
Yeah, it was a ton
professional?
of fun
Is that
shooting.
professional or what?
I'll tell you, you're too good now. You're no longer allowed on this show.
No. I'm almost good enough. That's the way I look at it. No, it was a really fun shoot because I was, I don't know, I've been so busy with the wedding planning and just, I don't know, work stuff. I just kind of
Right.
lost that drive to shoot. And then I was out at the driving range a few weeks ago and I was like, man, I still love golfing. I should try to do something with this. And big shout out to that associate pro that came out to play with us because like we shot that video before the maintenance gap even started the course. So I left downtown Calgary at 3 a.m. to get out to the course in time to make that happen. So it was definitely early. And then that guy joined up with us at like 4 a.m. and we were rolling until about 7:30. So
And he took all the footage in one day, correct?
1 hour, 1.5 hours. Yeah.
1.5 hours. So you can see that's what I told you. He went there. If I go there, I will be like a headless chicken. What are the clips that I need? So he go there with a plan. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, somewhat of a plan. You know what happened? I went to the driving range to test out the golf club mounts because I was going to try to get that angle, and then my GoPros were all dead. So I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, this is probably going to work," and then nothing worked when I got
but
there.
Joey,
So I just ran with it.
In the behind the scene, you explain how did you have to talk to the manager to get permission to fly the drone, which is not allowed in that area. Correct? That is a pro, correct? That I told you as a mentor, I cannot mentor you on this one. You can mentor me on this one, but as a general mentor, as an older person that mentor people, that's the attitude that you want. Jeff can tell you the same thing. Okay, Randall can tell you the same thing. David, I mean, everybody here that have been through that process of having young people to get them into the pipeline. So you got it, brother. So
Yeah, you're as you're like the movie. They're the right stuff. So you're doing really, really well, and all us old farts are really proud of what you're doing. You're doing a great job, and we're glad that you are nice enough to visit the channel and share your stuff. And I remember you did the distillery thing, and when I watched that video, I think I commented quite a bit about it. I mean, I was the barbershop setup that you did and everything, and I absolutely loved it. And you are on the right track, my friend. You really, really are. And just keep doing what you're doing. Really, just keep doing what you're doing because what you just showed us tonight, which in all honesty and shamefully, I got to say, I did not get a chance to see it. I'm just so far behind watching content. It's crazy, but I'm so glad that you shared it tonight. Is what you shared tonight could literally be a big advertising campaign for that golf course. I mean, it could be a commercial on TV.
exactly.
You know, to promote to promote people going to that golf course.
Exactly.
It's that level of quality. I mean, very, very well done. Very well done.
Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
It was wonderful.
Jeff and Leslie are taking off, so I want to say goodnight to them. He says, time for this old man to get to bed. Jeff, you can't use that as an excuse. This old man is here till 2 a.m, man. What are you talking about?
Now you should put the Mookie Mac comment just to keep Joy level. So that,
Don't mess with Joe.
Yeah. See, we do realize that if you were using Nikon, it could have been a little bit better than it was. But
it would have been vastly superior in every way. Well, if I was using my old Z6, not a single thing would have been in focus. Though. Let's be real. But hey, if I was using the Z6 III, that would have been cool. Like,
Well,
there are some.
I think you have red in your future.
Red.
Ooh,
Ooh,
little,
is Joey seeing red? Is he seeing red?
I don't know if Red's seeing me though. I don't know if my tiny little computer hard drive can handle the
It
red.
could be your
red
5-year
flag.
plan.
Yeah, everything will get upgraded by the time you get that red.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, new computer, new digs, just kind of new everything. Yeah, but no, I mean, it's funny. I was looking, I was talking to one of my buddies who's a photographer in Korea. We were talking about the Z6 III, and yeah, it was like one of those things where like there was stuff on that camera that definitely would have been helpful in the shoot in that shoot specifically, right? Like I was shooting 1080 120 for most of my stuff, and that was great. But like having like the 5K 60 or the 4K 120, that's where like I totally would have used that setting the entire time, right? I know some people are kind of like, oh well, why do we need these higher frame rates on on that body? But there really are a lot of applications for it. Like I can definitely see it, and I mean, it's win some, lose some, right? Like, I mean, the S5 II, we've got open gate 6K, which the Z6 III doesn't have, right? So it's a very tough call, right? Like for me, money wise, the S5 II, I could buy 2 used S5 II bodies for the price of one Z6 III. That doesn't mean the Z6 III is overpriced. I don't think it is. I think it's really reasonable. I think a lot of people are going to go for it. Just because I haven't doesn't mean I hate it, right? Like I'm not sitting here as a Panasonic storyteller saying, "Oh, I don't like that," right? I think it's a great camera, and I think it's going to really help a lot of people. And there's going to be a lot of people that were holding out the Z6 II that were like, "Man, I need the autofocus from the Z8, please, for the love of God." And now you're getting it, and you're getting like N-Log and all these other great features. And I mean, Randall already got one. That's awesome. The fact that people can actually get it already is pretty darn cool, because how many camera companies in the last few years have put out new cameras and they have a shortage before someone even clicks order, right? Like I think the fact that Nikon was ready with the supply is a big step up, right?
Randall, Randall, I believe you got yours the first day of the shipping of when it was available. You got it the first day.
So you see what the problem is a lot of people, they put their bids like at BH Photo, Adorama. They put it around, and whatever they get the first, then they say no to the others. So I was talking to a guy that just found out that I lived in San Antonio and we're going to collab together. But he was telling me that, well, I was at the store, and since they already got their B&H being shipped, or their Adorama or whatever, they decided not to go with the one that was in the camera store. So it's available. And a lot of people say, it's not there. It's available. You just go to the camera store or different places and you can pick one up.
And let's remember that Randall is not an NPS member, correct?
No.
Right.
Totally. No.
Now, Wayne, did you put an order in for one? I know you were thinking about it.
Yeah, mine is in. Folks in Malaysia texted me, but I'm not going to get it until August when I go back.
Okay.
Yeah, well, even here in Calgary, I think I was chatting with Evelyn, Jordan Drake's wife there, because she manages their marketing, and I was going to pick up the GoPro and stuff, and she was like, "Yeah," she's like, "Tomorrow's our Nikon day, and like we're gonna have Z6s on site for people to purchase," and I was really like impressed by that. I was like, "Man, like that's going to make so many people happy." And like a lot of people that have been waiting for this camera for so long, right? Like one of my buddies, he was on the wait list for the Fuji for, I don't know, 3 months ish,
5 or 6.
Yeah, exactly. And you had people buying like 2, 3 at a time and reselling them, which, I mean, I'm not going to knock people that want to make a few bucks, but I mean, it did suck for people that wanted to just buy the camera for themselves, right? I mean, the resale market, especially on Fuji products, it's maybe not as honest as we'd want it to be. right? So yeah, no, I really I want to get my hands on a Z6 III and give it a go for sure. I mean, I'm not going to be switching from Panasonic anytime soon. I've bought into the system. I've got way too many lenses, and I've got another camera they sent me back there that I have to review. So, I'm definitely enjoying their ecosystem, but I am very excited for Nikon at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it's a great deal with the Panasonic right now. You get S5 II with 2 lenses for about what, $1,700?
Yeah,
That's
it's
nice.
That's a
very,
great-
very good value.
that's what people miss out on with people. They see my Nikon signs in the back wall here, and they think that I'm just a Nikon guy, and it's not. I mean, I've had, back in my youth, and well, even currently now, I mean, I've got old cameras of all different brands, and many, and I have every SLR that I owned when I was in my early teens till maybe 30 years old. And I went and I bought all those back because I had them when I was young and I wanted to have them in my collection. Because they were good memories, and they're all different, Olympus and Fujica, and Nikon was actually the one brand that, until I was much, much, much older, and my kids were, much older, that I finally was able to afford to get one. I never shot Nikon when I was young. I didn't have that kind of money to buy one. I mean, I shot Minoltas a lot. I shot, like I said, Fujica and Olympus and things like that, So there's no such thing as as much as some want to poo-poo certain brands. There is no perfect camera, number one, that anybody makes, and number two is all the brands are so good now, and it's whatever's right for you. I mean, and no one else really has a right to say, oh gee, why did you pick that? That's a horrible decision. It's like, no, because maybe it's a horrible decision for what you shoot, but for what I shoot, it works perfectly fine, and people kind of got to back off and get off the loyalty parade here and be willing to look beyond the brand that they may shoot and realize that there's good stuff everywhere,
Yeah.
there is the only right camera is the one that's right for you. That's really
Yeah. And the one that gets you excited to shoot, right? Like you should have something that motivates you to go out. And like if the camera you're using doesn't do that, it doesn't mean it's a bad camera, but it might just mean it's not the right fit for you. Like one of my other friends switched to Fuji and he was like totally overwhelmed with the buttons and dials. And he was like, I'm not shooting anymore because I don't like this. When I used Fuji, that's what got me back into photography.
Exactly.
Like I was like, and it taught me how to use a camera. I started out in a D7100, loved that camera, but I was just rocking point and shoot. Like I wasn't really exploring the camera. I didn't know what an aperture versus shutter was at that point. Like not a clue.
At the end of the day, and we always said here in this in Mr. Jeff channel, is what you do with your camera. It's not what equipment you have. The problem is that the YouTube culture, or some elements of the YouTube culture, is all about insecurity, correct? And so people want to validate that what they have is better than, instead of doing what you're doing, which is I got certain things and I'm going to do something with my tools and get it and make a good production out of it. Okay, so
it's very easy to get in that rut. And we all do it, and I don't say intentionally, but at one point in time we all do it. You try to justify the purchase that you just made, and then you try to push it on everybody else. And realistically, you don't need to justify your purchase to anybody. In reality, you don't need to justify anything. The only person that you have to make happy is you. It's just like somebody will say, well, I don't like so and so's style of photography. Well,
And
okay, that's fine that you don't like it, but there's probably 1,000 people that do, but the only person that has to be happy with their photography is the person that's taking the pictures.
exactly.
Yeah, and that's one of the worst things
You know?
is people that get overly negative on other people creating things. And it's like so counterproductive to the creative process. Like I'll sometimes have people comment on my channel. They're like, oh, this sucks because of X, Y, and Z. And I always respond super positively, even if it's the kind of comment where I'm like, someone's just not being kind. Like if someone's being mean to me, I'll always throw it back in their face. I'll be like, you're totally right. This did suck, right? But all I'm thinking is, man, like I'm gonna keep shooting whatever the heck I want to shoot, and if you don't like it, get off my channel. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to be here. This is my sandbox, right? If you want to play in my sandbox, go for it, have fun, right? But this is like when you go online on Xbox and you play live against people that are so much better at these games, and they start messaging you. They're like, uninstall this game, you suck. And I'm like, yeah, I do suck. That's why I'm practicing, right? Like I sometimes have people attacking videos I did like 4 years ago, and they're like, the audio's off because of X, Y, and Z. And I'm like, yeah, it was off. I totally agree. That's why I fixed it. They'll be like, you shouldn't be making this kind of video. Yeah, well, I did. What are you gonna do, Chief? Huh? Like, I'm not taking my video down.
Now, I think there's a lot of ego inside these fields, and some people who are not even artists themselves, they just like to critique, and the critique are not. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm gonna brave phrase. They're not productive. They're not being helpful. They're just doing it to be mean and nasty. But before I lose my train of thought, someone asked a question in the chat. Did you storyboard it, or was it something that you just came up with an idea on the spot while you were at the site?
That's a very good question. I mean, I thought about it, right? Like I didn't write anything down. I definitely contemplated like, okay, with my drone, what do I maybe want to do? Like but that like flying shot where he's swinging the club and the drone flies through. That was a choice I made on site, right? Like it was one of those things where I've never shot an athlete. Like, I mean, I know some people are going to say golf's not a sport. It's a sport, man. I'm just kidding. But it was one of those things where I've never done something like that before. I think I was lucky because I've played the sport for my entire life. I kind of had this idea of like how everything kind of would fit together. Like even that putting shot where like it's multiple angles. Those are from multiple holes, right? The way I edited it, it looks like it's from one hole, and then I mounted the GoPro on the flag itself. And like when he nailed that putt, I was so stoked because he didn't think he was going to make it. Like he nailed that putt, and I screwed up the shot from behind him, and he's like, "Oh, did you get that?" I said, "No, I don't think I did." But I was like, "Wait, the GoPro got it." Yes, I didn't screw up everything, right? So having multiple angles going was kind of the key to success. But I think the other thing as well is some of the more popular YouTube channels. I'm not going to name names because I again don't want to make it a negative thing, but some of the more popular channels are so inherently negative on other photographers and on other brands, and people are flocking to those channels. For better or for worse, they are
like controversy and
it
controversy
sucks.
And shouting matches and all the wrong things. Everything that your mom told you not to do. People like to see that for some reason. I don't understand it, but that's kind of
it's tribalism.
Well, and also remember there is a lot of people that have insecurities, and they have to, they need to be validated. Correct. That's what Wayne was saying. Correct. So you are in the right track, brother.
Yeah, you're doing an excellent job, Joe. Just keep doing it, and I'll say that probably the only thing being a former golfer, I can't golf anymore because I got tendon issues in my arm. I can't swing the club anymore without screwing up my elbow, my tendons in my elbow. But the only thing that can be more frustrating than photography is golf. So they do have a commonality.
Yeah, it was one of those things. I feel like when we're in our youth, we take ourselves very seriously. Like when we're teenagers, right? It's like, I'm gonna be the best at this, and there's this whole vibe, right? And I remember I was in grade 12, and this is the last serious round of golf I ever played. I wanted to make the golf team, and I never made the golf team any year. Like I just went out to get away from school for the day and play a round of 9. And we're coming up on the last hole. I'm like maybe 2 strokes off where I need to be. And I proceed to hit 4 balls into the same spot in the left side creek over and over and over. And something snapped. I threw my bag. I was just done with it. The school vice principal comes around the corner in a golf cart, and he's like, "What happened?" I said, "It slipped." He's like, "The whole bag?" I said, "Yes, the whole bag." But I was like, whatever, I'm not going to make the team. I go into the pro shop, and the scores are up, and my score is like 15 strokes less than what it should be. I'm like, what is this? This isn't my score. And my buddy says, "Oh, I want you on the team." I said, "No, this is a bad idea. I take myself too seriously and I suck." He's like, no, this is going to be good." And then I got like knocked out in the first like 3 holes at regionals. And then I realized that having some bourbon fixed it. Right, well, yeah, no, I was like, really? Like, you can smoke a cigar, you can have bourbon. I mean, look at John Daly.
Yeah.
That's a man. It's like if he can win, anyone can win. Like, this is great. And then it became a sport of love, right? Where it's like going out with my dad, my mother, my friends, and yeah, I think that's what made me want to do that video. Is I was like, all right, I need to capture some of that energy I have for that, bring it back to the photography side of things, and just kind of connect those two things together. I mean, same thing with the barbershop shoot, right? Like that's where I go to get my hair cut. And the guitar thing was random. I'm a guitarist, obviously, but not really anymore. And I was like, I want to add a guitar to this. And I know this weird amp builder that's in the middle of nowhere. And like, I think that's kind of the key, is just kind of connecting those points together and then creating an environment in which you can do something that you're going to enjoy doing. And if you're enjoying it, you're going to get better shots than if it's something always for a client. If you're always doing work for a client, you're very zeroed in. I work for an energy company. I love my employer. I love what I do, and it's so much fun.
Ooh, just got extra points for that, baby.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love my employer. Okay.
No, I really do. No, I really do. I love my job, and like it's been life-changing for me. But I work for an energy provider. There's only so much creativity you can bring to selling like home and natural gas stuff, right? Sometimes you need to branch out a bit. So yeah. Thank you, Luke. I like to think I have a good attitude too.
Yeah, you're doing the right stuff. So, and if you have buddies that are involved in the YouTube environment or what have you, welcome them into the channel to share some of their stuff too, because I've probably hammered it too much, but I'm really focused on trying to get people to share what they do, trying to get people to share information and not be scared about it, because there's nobody here on the panel. We're not here to beat up anybody. We're not here to judge you. We're not here to say, "Oh, you're horrible, you're awful," and this and that. We just want you to share what your passion is. And we're not foolish enough to think that that everybody is not at the same level. Obviously everybody's not at the same level, and there's nothing wrong with that, because you know what? At some point in our lives, we were like, where's the shutter button on this camera? We were all in that position at one point in time in our lifetime, right? And I, for one, don't forget how confused it was, just learning the basics of photography. And when you first started off, the exposure triangle, you're like, the exposure, what are you talking about? A triangle? I mean, and, you all got to start somewhere. And we want people to feel comfortable coming here and learning as best they can and sharing what they know, because, it's kind of like, you want to be a place where people feel free to share and not embarrassed to share or what have you, because there's in today's world there's too many people that don't want to share anything. It's like everything's a secret. You know, you're good at something, it's like you're scared to teach somebody else something that you do because you're afraid, they're gonna steal my clients, or they're gonna maybe they're going to be better than me, or you have that fear, you know, that you want to keep things to yourself. You don't want to share information. And I think, you know, photography for most of us, probably 99% of us that are in the chat or come on the show, we're not professionals. We're not competing with each other. Okay. We're people that just enjoy doing the photography. So there's no fear here in sharing information. No one's going to eat your lunch. You know what I mean? We're all here just to have a good time.
I'm going to eat the lunch, Jeff. I'm on a diet right now, so I will be eating everyone's lunch.
Hey, you have to feed in that tuxedo.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But the for your friends, like Jeff said, if some people want to come. The other thing is this Saturday get together, correct? This is like a revolving door, right? People can come in and out, like sometimes you do, and that's fine. Right? Now talking about bad attitudes, right? Since we entered a little bit on the bad attitudes.
Don't pick on me. Don't pick on me, Gustavo. Don't pick on me.
I mean, when we get into we get a little bit down, correct? It's when you get that attitude. What if I get that equipment? If I get that, I will be better. That's a terrible attitude, correct? Because no good equipment is going to make you better. It's good to have an aspiration to have a certain equipment and camera, but when you get into, I cannot do this because I need that equipment. That day, your hobby is not making you happy. If you are a hobby, or you are not being a professional, if you want to be a professional, correct? So that is bad, correct? When people take only if I could have that lens. No, that's not good. Right? Work with whatever you have. Right? And of course, have the aspiration to have whatever equipment you desire. As I told you, you want a red, it will come. Correct? So anyway.
Yeah, it's yeah, I mean, we want to try to get more younger people in here on the show and in the channel. We want
I have a buddy I can maybe bring to the photo review, maybe, but he's not younger than me. There's like,
well, he doesn't have to be. You could,
yeah,
just
he's got
to dress hipper than the rest of us, and we'll think he's young.
Yeah, no, but he's a Canon shooter. Are we? Is that
oh
okay?
My God.
It's okay.
All right,
Perfect. Because he's actually if you guys watched my BTS video, the guy that was in the golf cart with me, he's like one of my closest friends. Yeah, I can maybe talk to him because he's a really, really, really good guy. And he also is like me. He does it for fun on the side. Like he works downtown as well. So like we usually meet up for coffee once a week. And then like once a month, we'll like go out and do some crazy shoot just for the heck of it, you know. So yeah, I could talk to him maybe. And
yeah, we don't care if he's a Canon shooter at all.
Perfect.
I don't care. I mean,
I have Sony. You have Panasonic.
Yeah, exactly. We're a mixed tribe here. Randall's got everything.
Randall has everything.
Yeah, Randall's just like, I'm gonna get everything.
You know, David Stewart has many generations of Nikons as well, including the film side, the early DSLR ones, and then he also has Olympus. So, you know, it's yeah, we welcome everybody. Somebody's mic is hissing or whatever.
I think it's yours.
Oh, is it mine?
Mike's
The
going
mic. I think it's
I think it's yours.
Okay, wait.
There's some
Still
static.
Yeah,
It's lower.
It's lower. Yeah.
Pull on the wire. Maybe if I pull on the wire.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
You got it.
There you go.
There we go. Yeah, it's because I'm using a cheap old XLR cable. This thing's going into like an old M Audio preamp. Like it is crusty. Like I've had that thing since like 2010.
You got to scrape the rust off the screw terminals and stuff. That's
Yeah, exactly. Like it's straight up old school. It's it's good. We have full screen again. Jeff, I have anything else to talk about, man. I don't know. Like, what do you guys want to know? Like,
I want to know what beer you're drinking.
I am having local made brandy and then a 0-calorie carbonated water that's peach flavored. So I mixed them together to sort of make like a peach brandy sort of vibe. And then I picked up a Tabor corn bourbon as well. So it should be good. Should be tasty.
Oh my goodness.
Joe Man special.
Woo.
Yeah, the low calorie special. I got at least 15 more pounds. I've lost about 30 pounds so far, but the wedding's coming up. I got to push myself, guys. I got to get back in that treadmill. It's me and these old ladies that work out at like noon, and they always glare at me. And I'm like, look, I have every right to be here to power walk just like you.
Well, you're worried about not fitting in your tux or what?
Well, I'm worried about getting my like the suit I'm getting made tailored even tighter. I want to. Yeah. So it's good, except the tailor hates me because I went there to get like originally fit, and then I went back to like get like a secondary fitting, and I'd lost like 8 pounds, and he was like, "Come on, man!" But since then, it's been another 8 pounds. So I mean, it's a good problem to have. I'm happy with where I'm at, but it sucks. I hate dieting. I miss beef.
Yeah, that Taylor's going to stick a few needles in you.
Yeah, like let's put it this way: I bought an air fryer, and it's not the same. It's not the same. It's good, but it's not the same.
Hey, you got that in common with us.
What, you have an air fryer too?
No. The fact that the dieting sucks. Okay.
Yeah. No, it straight up sucks. Like the minute the sweating happens, I'm ordering a porterhouse and I'm not sharing. Got victory lap planned. Like the week after the wedding, like it's just like I might have a coronary. Like it might be the quickest like wedding and funeral in history, but like it's gonna be great.
Hey guys, I'm gonna cut and run. It was great chatting with you, Joe. Fantastic job. Randall, congrats on a new toy. Jeff, keep the show going. And Gustavo, keep shooting them birds.
Don't shoot them with a gun. Make sure you shoot them with the camera.
Of course. I'm out, guys. I'll see you next time.
Take care, Wayne. Thanks for coming on. Yeah. Take it easy. I'm going to throw up a few just tidbits of things from the Rumor Network, the Rumor channels, starting with Nikon Rumors. Nikon released new firmware update, version 1.22 for the Z70 to 200 millimeter f2.8 VRS lens to improve focus tracking while the lens zoom ring is operated. It's good to see that Nikon continues the policy of continuous improvement. I guess I know people probably have all heard that in the business world, continuous improvement, constantly putting out these firmware updates. It's a great thing what they're doing. And surprisingly, Nikon Rumor says the Z6 III repair manual is available as part of the self-service repair program right now. That's crazy. The camera just came out. So I would hope people
how long it was in production.
People aren't out there looking for a repair manual already. That wouldn't be a good sign.
No, but you see, Jeff, I think that what that tells me is that this is an intent going forward. Because remember, the other one that was available before was that 24 to 400 lens. Yeah. So I think going and start filling up these repair manuals backwards is probably a lot of work for them, but they're probably, these tell us they are committed to say, any new camera, we're going to put the repair manual ahead. So that's great.
They're going to be proactive, and then as they have time, they'll go backwards.
That's great.
Now, as Randall already knows, Nikon Rumors was blown away and surprised about the Z6 III shipping a week after they announced it. which is highly unusual that a camera would be available and in people's hands a week after they announce it. That is pretty much unheard of. That doesn't happen very often. So that is a good thing. For those that are in, I'm going to pronounce the name wrong. I'm not good with some of the words that are they call some of these lenses made in China. Sirui, S-I-R-U-I, Sirui Sniper 16 and 75 millimeter APS-C lenses for the Nikon Z mount are now available at B&H. They're both autofocus lenses, and they're both $399.
Yep.
So I don't know enough about those lenses to render an opinion on their quality or whatever, but obviously check out the data sheets on them and see if they do what you want them to do for that price point. I mean, you can't complain about $400 lenses, right? I mean, you can, but if they're made well and they're $400, then everybody wins, right? And I'll do a boo hiss to this because you all know how I feel about third-party batteries and battery chargers, but they're saying that they're out there in mass on the Amazon website for those who want to get third-party battery chargers. And Small Rig released new cage kits for the Z6 III, including what they call their Night Eagle version. I have no clue what that is, but apparently they released a Night Eagle version for the Z8 at one point in time. So now they have the Night Eagle version for the Z6 III. The Casina, who makes Voigtlander lenses, they officially discontinued the Voigtlander Apo Lanthar 35 millimeter and 50 millimeter f2 spherical lenses, which only got announced a couple years ago. So if you want one of those or you thought about getting one of those, there might be some that are still in inventory at certain vendors or camera shops. So I would recommend that if you wanted one, that you look into that to get them before there are no way where they're totally gone and you'll never get one. Now, there were a lot of interesting comments on Nikon Rumors as to why these lenses are going away, and some of them are very thought-provoking. So if you want to read a little bit more about this situation, go to the comment section regarding the storyline on Nikon Rumors and read it a little bit further. And as I believe I mentioned very, very quickly earlier in the show, is Nikon Rumors now has a list, and Gustavo put it up on the screen here. They have a list of memory card compatibility list for the Z6 III, so you can check that out on Nikon Rumors website, or you rewatch this show and you find the spot where Gustavo shared it on the screen, and then if you come to the show to watch it, make sure you give us a like, because when you give us a like, it isn't a like just for me, it's a like for everybody that contributes to this show. Everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat. So a like is a like for everybody. And I do congratulate Randall for getting his Z6 III, and I think it's great that he's running it through his paces and trying different lenses and adapters and things like that he likes to do on it. I think that's really cool stuff. And so, Randall, I didn't get a chance to see in the chat. Did you put down your channel information in the chat?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
It's at the beginning. Yeah.
All right. Send me an email with that so that I can. I
Okay.
probably have you in my contacts on YouTube, but because I'm lazy, send it to me in my email so that I can add it to the show for next week.
Okay.
Because obviously I'm getting forgetful all of a sudden. I can't believe I totally blew it and did not put the show announcement on out there like on Wednesday. I'm always making sure I do it on Wednesday. So now from now on, if you guys don't get an invite to the show and you don't see it on YouTube coming and you don't see it on a Wednesday, email me on Thursday and say, wake up, Jeff, you didn't put it out on Wednesday, because I want to put it out on Wednesday, and I really screwed it up this week. Let's see. I did a few did you knows. I haven't done a did you know in a while. I like to throw out tidbits of useless information to share with everybody. Just because I find it interesting doesn't mean you will, but I like to break up the show with some strange stuff once in a while. I'm going to say hi to Mike Farwell, who's now in house, and say hi to Mookie, and good to see you guys in here. And so here's my first did you know. The first camera with phase detect autofocus was the 1985 Minolta 7000 SLR, and it was the first camera that focused quickly, accurately, and operated at low light levels. So all you guys know I'm a Minolta fan from way back when, in my youth. How do I say that? The youth, when my youth.
Youth.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Us foolish people.
The governor. Do it.
In 1995, this shows you we're not just Nikon people, okay? In 1995, Canon, I mentioned the word Canon, don't shoot me. Canon was the first manufacturer with optical stabilization in 1995 with the Canon EF 75-300 f4 to 5.6 ISUSM lens, while Minolta was the first to produce IBIS in a Maxim 7D DSLR back in 2003. So imagine that. IBIS has been around since 2003. The first camera with a hot shoe was thought to be the 1938 unisex Mercury, although obviously hot shoes became common in the 1960s. Prior to the 1960s, you had cold shoes. You didn't have any electrical contacts on them. You had cold shoes, and it was just a place to mount your flash. But you had to sync via the PC sync cord, which fortunately or unfortunately, new modern mirrorless cameras don't necessarily have PC sync sockets anymore, but most camera manufacturers do make as an accessory something that you could slide in on your hot shoe that engages with the electrical contacts on your hot shoe, and then has like a PC sync connector built into it, so you can hook the cable up to it from an old flash and trigger it that way. So there's still workarounds for those who like using old flashes or what have you, but you have to get it via accessories now, because a lot of the bodies just don't have that connector on them anymore. Let's see, I got two more here. The first stereoscopic device, you had stereo cameras back in the day, but the first stereoscopic device looked more like a pair of binoculars, was designed by Charles Wheatstone in 1838, just a few years ago, not too long ago, just a few years ago.
A stone throw.
Stone's throw away, yeah. And the world's most expensive lens is the $2 million Leica Apo Telt-R 1600 millimeter f5.6. They only three of those lenses were ever made, and it sold at $2 million at auction. So if you talk about the $6 million man could buy the $2 million lens.
That's like the most Leica thing I've ever heard.
And the $6 million man would have to buy it, because that 1600 millimeter lens was probably so heavy he'd be the only one that could carry it.
That's true.
Steve Austin. We need Steve Austin to carry that Leica lens to the set.
There we
Lee
go.
Mayers.
The
So,
Joe,
so
you get ready to
Bill
you get
May-
ready to take off, Joe?
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch a movie with the missus. But really nice seeing you guys, and great live cast. Enjoying listening to it, and I'm looking forward to the photo review next week. I will talk to my buddy, see if he wants to maybe join. If that's cool, I can grab his photos and
That's cool.
Just
That's cool.
Cool.
No issue.
we don't bite.
perfect.
We don't bite. We take no prisoners. We don't bite.
We'll wait till you meet him. Don't make any promises. I'm kidding, though. But yeah, either way, I'll see you guys next week for sure. Thanks for having me, and again, thanks for all the praise, guys. I really do appreciate it. That was a really
Well,
nice
we
surprise.
don't give you false praise, young man. We give it to you because you deserve it and you earned it. So we don't just say it because you're just another pretty face. You did a good job. So
And now that people saw the commercial, they had to log into your channel, subscribe, and see the behind the scenes.
absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel. Remember to take beautiful photos every single day. Don't do it for the views. Do it for yourself. I look forward to seeing you all next week. Bye, guys.
Take care,
Bye,
Joe.
Joe. Have a good one.
Bye. See you later. Bye.
So, Jeff, Mike Farwell was asking some question.
Okay, how far back we going?
That's about 25.
About the 70 to 200.
Yes. And I see Mookie was helping there.
Okay, wondering if it's better or faster.
I see you have to go.
I got to go up a little more.
Yep. I think the original question was about comparison with
Between the F mount version and the Z.
and it has a QQQ.
All right.
He followed the protocol.
Okay. Thank you for using the QQQ. For those of you, we just started this last week. You have a question, throw the QQQ so us old folks could see it. And we try to make sure we answer it. He's got a 70 to 200 VR28. It's worth to buy a new Z80 to 200. I heard the TX14 is a great setup. Maybe I won't have to haul around my 300 2.0. I have the old F mount 70 to 200 FLED VR lens, and let's put it this way: it works very, very well with the FTZ adapter on the Z mount bodies. And unfortunately, it's like any other F mount lens. I mean, it gets more than most, if you were to trade it in or something, but you're still going to take a pretty good hit in the pocketbook, and it's still a great lens and it still works really good. The 80 to 200, did you mean to say 70 to 200 Z mount?
I think that's what he meant.
I'm thinking you meant to say 70 to 200. The 70 to 200 Z, all the Z mount lenses are better than their comparable F mount counterparts. Now, some of them are significantly better. Some of them are only slightly better. But you got to look at it from the standpoint of obviously a lens that is a Z mount lens is taking advantage of the Z mount. You know what I'm saying? So in essence, it's going to be a better lens. Now, that does not mean that all of a sudden your 70 to 200 FLED lens turns into a piece of junk when you put it on an FTZ adapter. It certainly does not. So I would tell you that whether you should get the new one or the old one is going to depend really on how often do you use the lens. Okay. Now there's no doubt, and Gustavo will attest to this, and I'm sure Randall will as well. There's no doubt that if your intention is to use it to extend its range by putting a teleconverter on it, when it comes to teleconverters, there's no comparison between the F-mount teleconverters and the Z-mount teleconverters. The Z-mount teleconverters on a Z-mount lens are many, many times better than an F-mount teleconverter on an F-mount lens. So I don't know if that helps you or not, but if you're looking for
1.4 is the best.
if you're looking for a better quality lens, just talking the lens, the Z-mount's going to be better quality, and the teleconverter is much better quality. So maybe that's enough to make you want to switch. But I think, that's a personal opinion based on, your use case. How often do you use it is, but if you love that lens, you love that focal range and you use it a lot, then I would say you could definitely justify upgrading it.
Exactly. And the other point that he make here, and that's through also the C line of lenses, right? He's talking about having to carry the 300 2.0, which is a good lens, correct? But all lenses are heavy, correct? So if he's having some concern about heavy, well, for sure, and you want to have the reach of 300, the new Z70 to 200 2.8 with a 1.4 converter is a good option. Now, the only other option that you have is, Mike, is
100 to 400.
Is the 100 to 400, correct? So it depends on how do you use. Obviously, it's not going to be 2.8, and it's going to have variable f-stop, but that is a great lens, correct? So depends how you use, but those are your options, correct? But exactly.
Here's the 100 to 400 right here.
It's a super.
It's a 4.5 to 5.6, I believe, right?
Yeah, 4.5 to 5.6. It's a great lens. It's an S series lens. And if you're into that little display window, you got the display window on it. But it's you basically the only switches you have on the side is your AM switch, to go into manual focus, and you have either a full focus range or you limit it from infinity to 3 meters is the other setting that you can put on it. So if you're not shooting at things that are close, they're farther away than 3 meters, then you put the infinity to 3 meters, and your focus will be quicker because you're not trying to focus through the whole range of the camera.
Exactly. But in summary, going 70 to 200 with the TC 1.4 is a great option. Going the 100 to 400 with variable aperture is a great option. So you're going to be happy with those combinations, and you don't have the weight of the 300 2.0, correct?
So 70 to 200 with the 2.8 with the teleconverter, do you lose a stop?
Yes.
I think you lose a stop or two.
You lose
stops.
one stop with the 1.4, and you lose 2 stops with the Gustavo, 2 stops with the 2 times tele, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. But he considering rightfully the penalty with the 1.4 TC is so little, correct? He makes quality.
Yeah. You're not gonna. You're going to have to do, as they say, you're going to have to be one of those people that are looking at it at 300%, in your software program to see any difference. It's the 1.4 is so good on these Nikon lenses, Z lenses. It's incredible. I got the 1.4 and I'm actually down the road. I may actually get the 2 times one because Gustavo has a lot of good luck using the 2 times converter. I've never had the 2 times converter. Back in the F-mount days, I wasn't willing to go more than the 1.7.
Exactly.
The 1.4 was decent. The 1.7 was okay. The 2.0 was useless.
Exactly.
So, but the 1.4 and the 2.0, 1.4, you're not going to see a difference. You take a print, you're not going to see a difference. 2.0,
I'm-
2.0, you're going to have to look really darn hard. The 2.0 is very, very good on the Z glass. So, in terms of flexibility too, I mean, obviously the 70 to 200 is going to be a 2.8. Okay. But depending on what your subject matter is, if you not trying to convert another person to a birder, but the 1 to 400 gives you a good close focusing ability as well. If you're doing flowers and stuff like that. And you get that little extra range is nice to have, but there is a penalty because you're talking about a variable aperture lens. It's not a 2.8 lens. So once again, that depends on, are you taking your images during, an hour or 2 hours after sunrise when you got plenty of light, then it really isn't going to matter, whether you're shooting at 2.8 per se versus the 4.5, unless you're trying to have, if you have a need to have a better bokeh.
Yeah, and he's saying there that he shoots football. But so we have another question, Jeff, also with a QQQ for a reason, talking about the flash system compatibility. And that is something that you can elaborate.
That's something that I'm gonna choke on. So hopefully we beat to death your 70 to 200 question.
Exactly.
You can get it refurbished, by the way.
I would drag that out and talk about that till the end of the show, but now I got
Randall?
You can buy it refurbished or used at a lower price if you go that route. Refurbished is kind of like they inspect it, they fix whatever it is. It's almost brand new, but it's cheaper.
Refurbished by Nikon.
Yeah,
by Nikon, not Amazon.
Exactly.
right.
Because Amazon they're not calling it I don't think they call it a refurb program, but they call it like a refresh program. They got it named something a little different. Get a refurb done by the manufacturer.
Yeah.
Do not get a refurb done by anybody else, because the anybody else guys that are doing it are not using original OEM parts. Okay, they're going to put cheaper parts that quote unquote in theory are supposed to work, and they're going to put that on that product, and you don't want that. You get it refurbed by Nikon, it's going to have Nikon original equipment parts in it. And is it safe to use old flashing on the Z cameras? Absolutely. I use an SB7. I have an SB700 flash that works just fine.
And the question for you, so that people in the chat can help you here, John, what old flash that you talk about? A Nikon flash, a Nikon flash, or a other manufacturer? Okay?
Yeah, if it's not a Nikon flash, then you're going to have to look hard, and you're going to have to do some legwork, and or you might even have to, sometimes you really get stuck. You write a letter or call tech support at Nikon. Go to Nikon USA and go to the tech support and call up Nikon and say, I have X brand flash. Is this compatible with a Z8 or a Z6 III or whatever? And they'll tell you. I mean, I've written to them many questions over the years, and
they reply.
If you write it to them, usually within 1 or 2 days, you get a response. They're pretty good about that. And if you really got to know right away, call them and talk to somebody. They may be able to answer you right away. If not, they'll tell you that they're going to look into it and they'll get back to you, and they will get back to you quickly. Their customer service is very good. So if it's a Nikon flash and it's let's say it's an ITTL compatible flash, you're talking SB500, SB700, SB800. Those flashes should work fine on the Z cameras. My SB700, works. Your other options is you buy a Godox or a Pro Photos. Pro Photos are really, really good. I like if I was buying another flash right now, I would split the difference in the price point. And to be honest with you, I like the new Westcott flashes that have come out. They're very well made. They got nice big LCD panels on the back. They're easy to operate, and they're priced. They're probably half the price, less than half the price of a Pro Photo flash, but they're much better than a Godox flash. Okay. But a lot of people like Godox flashes, but the quality is decent, but it's not, at Pro Photo level, personally. But a Westcott flash, I think, is a very good alternative if you want to look at the Westcott flashes. And Roy, talked to Roy about Westcott flashes, and Roy obviously has done a lot of flash photography, and he feels the Westcott brand is a good brand as well. We've had those conversations on and off the channel. So I don't know. Maybe that answers your question. Maybe it doesn't. But
and he's getting a lot of ideas in the chat as well.
A lot of what?
A lot of ideas and comments in the chat.
Yeah, the Nikon has not gone with now some people have criticized Nikon for this. They don't have the intelligent hot shoe that Sony uses. And so some people have said, oh, why hasn't Nikon joined I think Canon might have some intelligent hot shoes on some of their cameras as well. But the thing is, apparently, there is a high repair rate for those hot shoes. Mm-hmm. They're not weather sealed very well. You've got contacts that are hot. You get water on them. You get debris on them. They fail. Okay, so in one way, they give you certain advantages, like hooking up other devices to the hot shoe. You have some better functionality, but at the same time, they're not as robust as the non-intelligent hot shoes that are still on the Nikon cameras. So, it's split. Decide whether you feel that's a good point or a bad point, because everybody's going to have a different opinion on that. But some people feel that Nikon's reluctance or not having adopted going in that direction is more tied in with the quality and the repair issues that are out there on some of these other camera brands that have gone that route. So I don't know. I mean, you got to decide your risk, how risky you want to be. And now one thing I would tell you is I do not like the hot shoe covers that come with the Z9 or the Z8. It's just this is the Z8. I'll put it up to the camera.
Yeah.
As best I can.
Is that with the 2 or 3 one?
Okay.
Yeah, that's with the 2 line.
Okay. This is just a piece of plastic that slides.
The same as C9. Okay?
It's the same as the Z9. And here I'll show it again with it partially slid out. Okay. And what I recommend highly is you go and you buy the old
rubber one.
You buy the old rubber one that you could get on a D850. Okay? Because it's larger. It's a more watertight protection. And this is what it looks like, when you take it off. But it slides right over to hot shoe, and it'll go on any of the Z camera bodies. And let me see if the part number is written on this. I used to remember it by heart, but it's been a while.
I wonder if they got
it's a and this is no BS. It's a BS-3.
Okay. Yeah, I got a BS-1 on the Z6 III.
Yeah. So whatever the latest one is, it's gonna be rubberized on the top, and it's gonna slide over that hot shoe, and it's really, really, really good. It's much better than what you're gonna get with the camera, and what I'll probably do is, because I don't use the D850 regularly anymore, is I'll probably put this hot shoe cover on the Z8 and take the one on the Z8 and put it on my D850 if it'll fit. I'll tell you that in a second.
See, I have BS-1s on all of my cameras, so I didn't get a BS-3 on mine.
Yeah, it fits. The new one fits on a D850. So since this is kind of like a collector camera for me now with occasional use, I will put the new hot shoe cover on the D850, and I will put the old hot shoe cover on the Z8, and it works fine. Works fine. So it's a BS-3. It might be something like $15. They charge too much for these things. It might be somewhere in the $12 to $15 range, off the top of my head.
I'm checking on B&H if they still have it. BS-3 hot shoe. I don't see it. Or maybe I'm not looking correctly.
Well, I ordered some because some didn't come with certain cameras, and they sent me the BS-1s. So I got BS-1s on all of them.
Okay. Let me try if I do BS-1.
BS-1, I believe. Let me take a look.
Yeah, BS-1 appears. Jeff, the BS-3. Okay. But the BS-1 is the BS-1 is a regular one that we have with the new cameras.
Oh,
so not the, which I have an extra one, and I just checking here $3 for the new one. But I agree, the old one is much better.
Yeah, the old one's much better. You could you have to go to the let me go to the Nikon USA website and see if they show it as a well, you know what you do, you look under DSLRs, look under DSLRs, and yeah, it's probably not gonna give me what I want.
Adorama has a stock for the BS-3 according with them.
Oh,
yeah, I had to jump in here. This hot shoe cover mount was riveting.
Yeah. Well, we like to talk about the most important things in camera technology.
I looked before. It looks like Nikon and Amazon are sold out, but if anyone wants that BS-3, Adorama has some in stock.
Yeah, it's on the Nikon website when you look under D850 under accessories, they list it, and as Tim said, it's out of stock, and it sells for $9.95.
Wow.
I got mine cheaper.
$9.95. But
so the question for you, Tim, did you make food photography for the what you ate tonight or not?
No, I was too hungry.
You left when I was making my wise blankety blank comment. I said, if you're cooking a steak, we want to hear the sizzling on the grill.
Oh no, I saw that. I replied in chat. I said I'm not sharing.
Oh, okay.
So we need to see some of those photography for next week photo review.
You want food photography?
Well, of course, variety is always good. Well, I always like food, so which is pretty obvious, correct? So no, it's
You and me both, brother. I can dig up some food photos.
But variety in the show is always good.
I'll dig some up. But yeah,
Oh,
I can't do that
he
when
has
I'm hungry
some good-
because I just want to eat and I just,
Yeah, you've got some really good food photos. Tim will send me some sometimes, and I'll show them to my wife, and my wife will say, "Oh, now I'm hungry." But
Okay. $27. Wow.
That's amazing. That $37 looks like it's a good business for third-party manufacturer to create one of those rubber ones.
yeah, well, I'm going to buy them for 10 from Adorama. And if anybody wants one, I'll only charge $20.
Exactly.
yeah, as Mike
Plus
Farwell,
shipping.
like Mike Farwell notes here, they're not. Yeah, Nikon they have not come out with a new flash in a long time.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It does not appear that they are in the flash business anymore, other than selling flashes that came out a while ago. Not that they're junk, because they're not junk. They were all very good flashes, but especially the mid tier up. However, I at this point, if I was buying a new flash for a Z8 or a Z9 or any Z camera, I would be looking probably at a third party flash, unless I got a great deal on a compatible refurbed Nikon flash, because I wanted to stick with the manufacturer's flash. But there are some very good flash units out there now. But early on, when the Z cameras came out, there were issues in terms of, you couldn't really, it was hard to get a straight answer from anybody in terms of, what flash units were out there that were third party that were 100% compatible with the Nikon cameras. And maybe other than Pro Photo, because Nikon seems to have some kind of a relationship with Pro Photo, any other brand, everybody was confused whether or not it was really fully compatible or not, or, didn't do certain functions. And it wasn't a lot of good information out there. But, there are more out there now that are validated as being fully functional with the Nikon cameras. So the decision is yours, basically, what you want to do.
Let's see.
The Nikon accessories port provides support for other types of flashes and other devices. Is the accessory port, guys, for the is that for like the remote shutter release?
See, that's what I was thinking when I was looking at it. Yeah. It was either that or it's this little thing right here, right on the bottom.
Yeah, on the bottom. Do
Yeah.
you have your manual handy?
Yeah, I was just looking at that too, and
I'm thinking maybe that's for a plug-in shutter release or something.
Well, they have it in here for let's see, okay.
But I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with using it for flashes. However, it's probably for hooking up
GPS or something.
Hooking up intervalometers, or hooking up shutter releases and things of that nature.
Although I believe one time when I was investigating the shutter releases, the shutter releases for the C6 and the C6 and the C7 were those that were wireless, correct? So they were Bluetooth type, but those were not compatible with the Z8 and the Z9.
Right.
Correct.
The Z9 require the one that you connect to the 10-pin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will do remote shutter release. I was thinking like the MH10.
Well, they have one. They have one that's like plastic that actually has a cord on it.
MD12 is it? I think.
You know, that might be what that's for.
No, the MD's a motor drive.
I'll put in another.
Q.
So let's see, Mike Farwell. I have the ENEL 18 battery set up for his D850, 9 frames per second. Works super great. What's the chance of Nikon doing the same for the Z8? They're not going to. The Z8 is strictly the ENEL 15 series of batteries. You're not going to get that extended battery. That's not what's in their grip.
I think the grip only carry another ELM.
Well, I'm not sure because I don't own it. I don't know if if it has one ENEL 15 or two, but it's not an EL 18 though.
No, it's a 15. It carries one 15, and you can put the other 15 in, or you have to take the 15 out because it's one like the old type that the grip has to get inside where the
grip
battery
goes up into the hand grip or whatever, and then you got to take the battery out, and then now it might take two batteries, and then it might do what they call hot swappable. If one battery's going bad, you could take one battery out, put another battery in, keep going, but you're not going to see them do a redesign to put the ENEL 18 in it. I doubt that highly doubt that at all, that's going to happen. I mean, that's one of the, that's one of the reasons that you may consider that where some people might have considered buying a Z9 because they wanted to have that extra battery capacity. And even though they had to deal with the extra weight and the larger size, but that's what that camera gives you. And the whole idea with the Z8 was to make something that was lighter and more compact that had a lot of the similar features that were in the Z9. So everything, there's certain trade-offs you have to make, and that happens to be one of them, unfortunately. Wow, GBS3 on Amazon's $27.99. That's nuts.
Exactly.
That is nuts. Yeah, it ain't worth no $27.99. Wow, Luke is saying his D850 just came with a plastic one, not the rubber one. Yeah, I'm not sure if I may have just updated it when I got the D850 back in the days. I mean, I wanted the rubber one because it was definitely better, much better. I thought if you're caught out in the rain, more so.
I like the also that's a third party, the rubber one that has a little bubble level. Okay.
Yeah.
That was the other alternative, but I agree that a BS3 that covers also the metal part outside for bad weather, that's probably much better.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're lucky if you at least on the Z8 they still kept the 10-pin connector on there, so you still have 10-pin connector compatible wireless shutter releases that you could buy that'll work with that. I'm trying to think of the one I bought for the Z9. I think it's a Velo that I bought that was reasonable, very reasonably priced compared to what Nikon offered, and I've never had a problem with it at all. I mean, it doesn't do anything other than just fire the shutter. It's all it does, but that's all I wanted.
See, that's what they're saying. Yeah,
it's not as durable.
shutter port.
I told you I went through True Bellow, and then I went and took the bullet and bought the Nikon one. They are more durable. You know, like all this type of thing, correct? It's if you use it heavily, yeah, and I put the remote triggers all the time in my cameras, most of the time are attached. The more durable one from Nikon ultimately are much better. Hey, by the way, we got Mr. Ishii back. Remember that we have some question for him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, John. Well, one thing we wanted to know, that bird image that you sent that we did share earlier, that we assumed that you took that with your new 600 PF. And then we also commented that with your 600 PF, that if you gotta take a picture of a body, at least you could do it from a farther distance away.
Well, and it was a discussion whether it was the 600 PF or the 500 Fuji.
Fuji, yeah. Initially we were wondering if you took the Fuji out, but since you said the Fuji was for the wife, I'm assuming that you used your 600, but you can elaborate on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran at 995. Yeah, Velo makes a hot shoe cover also.
Yeah.
For $5.99 at B&H Photo. And I think it's rubber.
Yeah, but look, those rubber ones with a little bubble level in top. Actually, the bubble level is pretty silly. Doesn't work as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, these don't have it, but they're like $6 a piece. No.
Yeah,
Yeah.
When you bought the ENEL 18 battery to put in the D850, you had to get a different attachment that had the twist key or whatever you want to call it. So you're calling it an end cap. Take your word for it. It's called an end cap. You had to do that. And then with a D850, you also had the option of putting AA batteries in there. Remember, they had a cradle that you could use and put AA batteries in there to power your camera as well. So you had AA batteries. You had the ENEL 15s. You had the ENEL 18, but you had to change the cap at the end. But I just don't see them doing that for the D850. If they were going to do it, they would have had that offered right up front. And here we are. You know, how long has the Z8 been out now? For a little while. I don't think they're going to do it. But I've been proven wrong before, so it's just my opinion. I'm like a rumor channel. It's just a rumor, just an opinion. Oh, John's saying he shot it with an Olympics M1X and a 300. The bird. It was an Olympus event.
Wow.
So he didn't have a choice. So we were all wrong. He shot it with a 300 millimeter with an Olympus M1X. But let's see what else I got. There were some other tidbits of information. Okay, some Sony information for those of you in the house that are Sony guys. They're going to announce 3 new products soon. They got the ZV-E10 version 2, has the same 26 megapixel sensor and A6700 sensor as the previous version. So that's actually being announced. I think I got it here somewhere. July 10th. So July 10th, they got an announcement on the ZV-E10 version 2. They're also coming out with a 16 to 50 millimeter zoom Their current lens just got discontinued, and they're coming out with a new 85 millimeter f1.4 GM version 2 lens, which is going to be lighter, more compact, and optically much improved successor to the current lens. Now, on June 27th, it was stated on Sony Rumors that they thought that those other items might be announced in a few weeks and may not necessarily come out the same time as that ZV-E10 version 2 camera on July 10th. So the lens and the two lenses, the 16 to 50 zoom and the 85-1.4, may get announced after the camera body. So you'll have to wait and see. Now, the Sony FX6 got a firmware update version 5.01, and the version 5 had numerous bugs to it, and they pulled it off the market. Apparently, version 5.1 fixes everything. So a list of benefits and improvements of what that firmware version does is noted on Sony Alpha Rumors website. So if you're interested in finding out more specifics as to what that version firmware does, go to their website and check it out. Now, here's something that you may or may not care about. Now this is referenced on Sony Alpha Rumor, so this isn't something I dredged up out of the internet universe. There's a YouTube video titled Sony A1 Firmware Information by Patrick Murphy Racy, June 2024. It's shared on Sony Alpha Rumor's website as they ask the question, what's happening with the Sony A1 firmware updates, ? So those of you who have a Sony A1 and maybe getting frustrated awaiting those firmware updates, you may want to go and check out that YouTube video on Sony Alpha Rumors and click on it and see if it provides you with any updated and new information on that. Martin is in the house. Martin Hild. Hello, Martin. Good to see you. Now, I do have something in here. Let me see if I... Yeah, give me a second. I'm looking. Hope I didn't delete it. I'll look it up a little bit later. I had a comment from an email that Martin sent me, and he had a link that I wanted to share with everybody, and I thought I had written it down in my notes, but I might have to go back and look at his email. As you guys know, Martin had a very lengthy trip to the United States, and he was one of many that was trying to capture the eclipse, the recent eclipse event. And he had originally, flown in and drove into Texas and tried to get some images there. But when it became obvious that Texas, due to the climatic conditions in Texas, weren't going to be favorable for that, from what I recall, he drove to Missouri, I believe, somewhere relatively close to where Gustavo was, to get pictures of the eclipse. And from there, he went all over the United States. He was in, let's see, Alabama, I think on the tail end coming home. He was in Florida, places in Florida. He was in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. He visited me in South Carolina. Well, anyway, he did a nice story in a publication. He could probably elaborate on that. I'm not sure if it was something that he put into a online magazine or exactly who it was from, but he wrote a really, really beautiful article with a lot of great photos embedded in the article. He was kind enough to mention, meeting me when he came to South Carolina, which he certainly didn't need to do. It was very kind of him to do that. And talked about, us shooting together, and then the things that he was able to capture in the Myrtle Beach area when he was in South Carolina. But it was a very well written article, and he sent it to me. And when I opened it up, it was in German. And I'm like saying to myself, Martin, that doesn't do me too much good, because even though my mom's side was German, I never learned German. I can't speak German. Luckily, I was able to find a translation option and convert it to English. So he's saying that's on his website. Martin, why don't you write in the chat, if you don't mind, the link to that article, and people could visit it, because it was very well done, and I really enjoyed reading it. I'm sure a lot of people would really enjoy reading that article. It was really, really good. You did a great job. So if you could share that in the chat, that would be great.
Actually, that he said that's his website.
That's his website, yeah.
So it's a blog in the website, but he can share his website.
Yeah. Now there is some interesting and confusing Fuji news. So there's an article on the Fuji Rumors website titled "Fujifilm CEO, Supply is Normal, Overproduction would force discounts and reduce brand strength and value." So one comment by Fuji's CEO is as follows. He says, "As I say internally, Leica, a well-known German manufacturer, still maintains a very high value for both their old cameras and the cameras they sell now. And this is our goal. Our goal with mirrorless cameras is to fundamentally change the way Fujifilm has sold cameras in the past." Now, this is a relatively long article, and I'm just taking snippets out. I'm not changing the wording. I'm not editorializing it at all. I'm just taking certain pieces out. If you want to read the whole thing, go to fujirumors.com and read the whole article. Now, some comments that were made by Fuji Rumors, where it was that one was Fujifilm has to find a better balance between production and demand. He says, "I don't think that it is normal that some gear is hard to find in stock 2+ years after announcement. For example," they state, "good luck finding the Fujinon XF 27mm f2.8 RWR in stock. The lovely Fujifilm X-E4 was basically never really in stock, and Fujifilm discontinued it while many had still one on pre-order. The Fujifilm X-T5 is currently out of stock at B&H Photo. At the Japanese Fujifilm store, every single Fujifilm X and GFX camera is out of stock. Just everything, as reported by the Japanese website DC Life. Fuji Rumors states, with respect, Mr. Goto," who's the CEO of Fuji, "with respect, Mr. Goto, but I'm sorry to say that this is far from normal supply." And he says, "What concerns me is that Fujifilm appears content with their supply as long as they meet their internal sales predictions, even if this results in customers waiting months for their gear to ship. From their perspective, hitting their sales targets means success, and they benefit from not having to heavily discount their products." And let's see what else. So that's kind of there was, and I didn't throw it in here, but there was a kind of a comment that he alluded to, that another website or whatever, I don't want to, I'll be careful how I word this. I'm not going to say it's an accusation, but there was a comment that, is Fuji doing this on purpose, not making enough production and intentionally to, basically lock in their price. And of course, there's a lot of certain camera bodies. The only thing that they said they're gonna increase their manufacturing capabilities on is that new X100 version 6. They're supposedly going to increase the production capabilities on that camera. But it just, somebody said, are they doing this on purpose just to keep the
supply low?
Yeah, to keep to basically never have any excess inventory. That but to really, like, when part of the talk in here was like for certain series of lenses in the Fuji lineup, they said 40% of these lenses you can't get. Nobody could get them. So if you can't get 40% of a product line,
no good business.
That's unacceptable. I don't know why the CEO would say, "Oh, we got a normal supply," and he got asked the question twice because the guy wanted to make sure he didn't misquote him. He says, "No, everything's okay with supply. Everything's okay." Well, it obviously is not okay. So I don't understand. I would recommend you read the article, because especially if you like. I mean, I like Fuji cameras. I mean. I like their products and whatnot, but I mean, this kind of a mindset, I just don't get it. Are you trying to? The fact that you mentioned Leica, do you think you're the next Leica? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe that's what they want.
We'll build them as we can, and if you want it bad enough, you'll wait, no matter how long they got to wait. I don't know. I mean, to me, you people, I mean, Nikon took it on the chin when they were late to get to the game, right? They were late to get to the game in the mirrorless market. Okay, and that hurt them. There were people that didn't want to wait for Nikon to get into the mirrorless game. They went and they bought Sonys. They went and they bought Canons. They bought other brands. Okay, that's a fact. They lost customers.
Yep.
So why would Fuji want to take this approach, and for some reason apparently think that it's not going to hurt their business in the long run? I don't get it. I mean, Nikon, has done, put the effort in, and like we said, with the lens roadmap that we talked about earlier, that, really, as Tim said, exactly to the point, that roadmap was created because they didn't have a lot of native Z glass at the time, and they wanted to make people see that they had a plan, and that here's the things that they were going to do, so that people would have the confidence to buy into the Z camera system, realizing that maybe there's only a half a dozen lenses I can buy right now, but that's going to change and things are going to improve. And it obviously, they have done exactly what they said they were going to do.
By the way, Jeff, I put a chair there, Martin's website. Let's confirm that that's his website. So you look at the chair option.
Oh, okay. So let me do that. So anyway, that's I'll talk a little bit later about what's on Canon rumors, because they got some weird stuff going on too. But we'll get to that in a minute. We'll share. Okay, obviously this is the German version, but you go here and you can. Let me make it bigger. Oh, wait a minute. I messed something up. Yeah, you can see some of his images in here, and I think from what your app is, whatever you're showing it on, Gustavo, I think you have an option in there to convert it, translate it to English.
Translate to English. Yeah.
Where?
It should be in the upper right-hand corner.
No, he's in Safari, aren't you?
Oh, Safari. Oh,
Okay, yeah.
I didn't want to mess up with between Google and.
But anyway, you could go to his site, and when you let me see if I have his. Let me back out of here and see if I have the. See if I still have his email. Hopefully.
But this must be Martin because the photography is excellent. we saw some orchids. I don't know what this is.
Just hit the green button. It's just for cookies, I think. Agreeing to accept cookies. Yeah.
Can see. So anyway, so this is his website. Beautiful images.
Yeah, I can't find it. I might have.
Robert's right. Gustavo, you see where you see on the top of the browser in the middle, you can see the URL. You see some icons to the right of that.
Oh, hold on a second. Can you open something here? Okay, tell me.
Yeah, to the right, there's some icons. One of those may be the translate icon.
Oh.
it's right next to the recycling.
Okay.
There you go. Enable translation. Yeah, you can check in. There you go. So yeah, it was a very well written article. He talks about he had a big interest in seeing the Venus flytraps that are native in North Carolina. There are from what I hear, there are some locations in South Carolina. Some of the parks have them as well, but he really wanted to see the Venus flytraps. So he talks about that. He talks about other types of plant life that he saw. He shares images of the fox squirrel and the painted bunting in South Carolina. He talks about meeting me, which I'm like, what are you putting my name in there for? That ain't good. Nobody wants to hear about me. But it was very nice of him to do that. But he had a lot of really good images in here, and he talks about his whole trip, his whole adventure to the United States. And I highly recommend you folks go there and check out his website and
Very professional.
Read the article. It's really good.
All right.
Really good. Yeah, he sent it to me. He says, I don't know if you want to read it or not. It's like, oh, I read it and I enjoyed it very much. And once again,
so David, what I did is where Martin put the name of the site, I just grab it, copy it from there, and paste it on the search bar, and his site came in.
Yeah.
Very good, Martin. We still need to have Martin one time giving a kind of a presentation on that trip and also his UV orchid photography when he had time. He's too busy. He's too busy photographing.
Yeah, he's always out shooting, so he doesn't have time for all this other stuff. He doesn't have time for the fluff, man. He's doing serious business. But yeah, and I'm trying to think of what parts of North Carolina I read in the article. I mean, he was in I know he was in one of the state parks. He was near in the Wilmington area, Wilmington, North Carolina area. He did go to a park. He did go to some lake. I believe.
He went down to Carolina Beach, I believe.
Carolina Beach, yeah. So he was looking for certain things. He had it all planned out. His trip was all laid out of certain things he wanted to see. And I think for the most part, he saw what he wanted to see. You know what? I mean, I think his vacation was a success, and he got some really good eclipse photos as well when that occurred, because he did move to a different location, had enough time to get to a different location that was going to be more ideal for that, and he got some good, really good pictures of that. So I think he had a really good. I think he had a really good trip. That's my opinion. I think he had a good time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Martin, it can be not only on the UV stuff, but for sure it could be on your orchid photography in general. I mean, that yellow orchid there, that lady sleeper type of, it was beautiful.
Yeah, here he goes. Green swamp. That's what. Okay, I'm thinking lake. There was a swamp. Oh, there's a big difference. Green swamp. Waccamaw State Park, Carolina Beach. Yeah, Martin, you could do a combo platter, a presentation, and talk about the UV stuff, and then talk about what your goals were coming to the U.S. and what you took pictures of, and share some of the images, and talk about your trip if you want to. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, you went and saw more stuff on this trip to the United States and went to more places than I've gone to, and I live in the United States. So that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
So before we go into the Canon, let me do I'm going to share something else here. Oh, let me close this one here for a second. See if I can share. Yeah, because this is the segment of what I have been trying to do. All right. I need to go here, put the share window. Okay. So this is a photo. You will see it when Jeff put it on. Oh,
okay. Need a.
Oh, I don't know. Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, move it up.
It closed the.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
I was going to
wow.
say that if you want me to explain what I just saw, I wasn't going to be able to do that. So let me make it as big as I can here.
So this is actually a photo that I took in 2015. Actually, I wrongly labeled that when I reprocessed it this week. He said 2024, but it's actually taken 2015. Okay. And I did like this photo, but this photo is far from perfect. Okay. It had that. I like the result in terms of the composition of. So this is my wife always complained that I didn't pronounce correctly, but this is the inner portion of a thistle, correct? And I like the swirl of the petals of the thistle, and then there was this metallic green sweet bee in the middle, correct? And I like the contrast in the color, correct? So I took this one in 2015. So every year when the thistles come out, and I wait for them to try to recreate this photo, correct? Because this photo I took that with the 600 millimeter and the converter. Actually, all this information here is wrong, right? But you can see it's not completely sharp or as sharp as I would like it on the B, right? But I like the emotion, correct, of these little, which is all the thing when we do macro, correct? It's all the emotion that you get of this inner world where these animals are living in these colors, correct? So I have been trying to recreate that, and actually all the tissues are in flower now, so I have been trying to get it. Okay? So unfortunately, and I will make a presentation all the time, I didn't get it. That's why I was experimenting with a different focus mode and subject recognition. Okay, so the current version from this year is this photo.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so this now here is the right. It's a slightly different pieces in the same. Uh, this was taken actually with the 105, and I'm sorry about my guide. Let me remove that guide number here. Clear guide. Right? So anyway, so this is where I am on that quest, correct? On that project, try to recreate. I may never achieve it, but I'm having fun, correct? So this 105 is fantastic, right? I mean, you can see. I mean, look, these uh, green metallic sweet bees are tiny compared with a honeybee. These are like a quarter of a size, right? So you can really get, and that's what got me thinking about perhaps Jeff having a like a 300 millimeter macro, so that you can really get close up without having to eat top of the bee. Now, just for reference on size, remember each of these, and I don't know whether you can see. Let me see on the screen here. Each of these little things is a grain of pollen. Okay. So I'm happy with what I'm getting, but I still not getting the image that I want to recreate. Okay, I may never get it, but that's the journey. Okay, trying to get to what you want. But no doubt this is an excellent lens, but I still not. I want to get that swirl with the bee in the middle with those contrasting colors. So that's what I have been
You
doing.
make it that big, I'm starting to get nervous.
So in the process, you take all the things, right?
Oh, wow.
You know, it's like we're here for the a horror movie here coming up.
So I know if Jeff and Leslie and Nature Photography will be here, and when he watch this, he will appreciate it. This is a hoverfly, correct? So it's a fly that imitates a bee, correct? It's a harmless fly. It's just eating, collecting pollen. But I mean, this is the kind of thing we can do, right? So anyway,
That lens is really good, and of course, you know the you know when you use like say the 100 to 400 or the 24 to 120 or something like that, you know, which you could do some pretty close focus things with. You know, macros, even when you stop them down, don't have a lot of depth of field, so it's a real challenge to get your subject completely sharp, like you did right here.
exactly. But so this is what I have been photographing, and we all know when we try this, if we thought that bird photography was difficult, I mean, this is where you needed 20 frames per second, Jeff, because you know the little wing is moving, so the one that just is there when the lane autofocus capture with the image. So anyway, so this is what I have been doing. When I will put a little presentation when I finish this project, because this is the thing with a nature photography. You have to work with the season, correct? So these thistles are there only for in flower for a little while, and these guys are collecting all the pollen and the nectar, and eventually they will put seeds, and then the goldfinches are going to come and eat, correct? So it's working with what nature provides you, right? So anyway, so this is kind of the section what I have been doing, right? But so for me this week is no owls and foxes, yes, but going into the macro.
Yeah.
Just gorgeous.
Well, that's you just you just made the perfect example of when it's adaptability as a photographer, and most of us we're not making any money doing it, but it doesn't mean like you may go somewhere with a plan to take a certain type of photography, let's say.
And when I make
And then your subject doesn't cooperate or your subject doesn't show up.
part of the challenge.
if you have a macro lens with you, let's say, and the day becomes a little overcast or whatever, works to your favor. You know, you got more diffused light on your flowers and your subject, and nothing's going to get washed out due to hot spots or anything like that. I mean, sometimes I get an overcast day. I won't go and shoot
flowers, and
I'll go shoot flowers instead of going to the park and shooting birds, because it's like, to get the weather conditions right, and especially if it's not a windy day, because depending on where you live, like here down near the beach, when I can get out and it's overcast and there's no wind, that's a macro day.
Exactly. And
There's
by
no
the way,
wind.
this one here, let's check in the info, right? So this was taken here again with a 105, correct? 105 is fantastic. Correct?
Did you use the f2.8 stop or what?
Well, I can tell you exactly here. So this is what is the stop here? No, this is F18.
You're gonna stop it down as much as you can.
Yeah, unless you want to stack everything.
But you saw me zooming in, correct? Now, I don't know if you guys can read it, but I mean, this is ISO 12,800.
Oh, wow.
And then 12,800, of course, I have processed this one. I mean, do you see any grain here?
No.
Exactly. So,
noise or what?
Exactly. So, because this is what we can do with the software and the stuff that we have. So anyway, so that's what kept me busy this week, Jeff.
Well, I'm glad you stayed out of trouble.
Exactly.
Because we know from last week that you got picked on a little bit last week because we were all saying that you cost us a lot of money. Remember? You recall? We picked on you a little bit. But in reality, everyone on this panel has cost somebody money and made somebody buy something that maybe they weren't sure about, and we managed to convince you into spending your hard-earned cash to buy something.
But definitely having a macro dedicated lens, I can see, you can use the other lenses, particularly those that focus close, for macro. But that 105 MC, you can see that the camera works better without when you're trying to get on the macro. It's optimized for that type of photos, correct?
Yeah, the hard thing with like in the park that I go to that has the flowers, a lot of parks don't allow you to use a tripod, and when you have to hand hold a macro lens, even when you're stopping it down, sometimes you're focusing it as best you can, and it isn't quite there, and eventually you get to where instead of focusing the lens, you're tilting your body forward an inch or two or back an inch or two, and you're looking through the viewfinder and you're trying to nail the focus, and it's very frustrating. And obviously in the old days you'd have a tripod, and you'd have a focusing rail, and you'd be able to move your lens. You'd be able to micro adjust your lens moving closer or farther away from that flower with that bee on it or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But it's a big challenge because your depth of field is so small. You're stopping it down as far as you can and trying to have an ISO that you're going to be able to clean up. And then sometimes I just say screw this with focusing, because I'm not, maybe there's a slight breeze or whatever. I can't stand perfectly still. It's just not going to happen. And you're doing one of these motions. That's when, like Gustavo says, you're gonna shoot autofocus continuous. You're gonna shoot off a burst of shots because you're gonna get one
Exactly.
where where you happen to rock in the right position and you got it sharp.
And
Because
by the way, that works also with a monopod, correct?
yeah,
So you can do it like that. And indeed, Terry, these are called hoverflies. They are here from the Americas, and it basically mimic a bee. And as I mentioned, Mr. Jeff from Jeff and Leslie Wild Nature Photography, he also photographed those. I think he made a little presentation about the hoverflies.
but
Anyway,
yeah. No, they're very good, and you shouldn't be complaining about them.
no, it's just you try and then you keep trying, but the story here they wanted to put together is I'm trying to get that 2015 photo.
Yeah,
The,
you just
because
you just have to have a time machine, go back in time.
well, I mean that. Remember when we're talking to Joy, correct?
What
One
was
thing
that,
is,
what was that movie? Tim will know. What was that movie, Tim? Hot Tub Time Machine?
Oh yeah, I think there was a hot tub time machine too as well.
Yeah.
doesn't sound that good, but
Surely we digress greatly on this show, but that's
but it's it's getting it was that communicated to me. Is what you say. You get something that connect with you. For me, that swirl connected with me, correct? And I wanted to recreate that, correct? And in the process,
on that initial picture with that green fly in there. I mean, what was cool about it too was the back legs were so packed with pollen.
exactly, in yellow.
I mean, it looked like it had been doing push-ups or sit-ups or something. Its legs were really packed with the pollen there. It was really neat.
Oh, Rakesh is asking about Abe's of Maine. I wouldn't do business with them.
No, I wouldn't either.
I think they. I don't even think it's the original Abe's of Maine anymore. But they were always in the back of camera magazines. And they always sold gray market goods.
Yeah, everything in the old days that they sold, it was like them and TriStar in New York, and there was Abe's of Maine, I think, as well, or something, and they were all gray market places.
And that one that Randall uses, but that's a genuine shop, the Camera Exchange. Remember, that was also popular photography at the back pages.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with ones in the back pages of the magazine, but there were a lot of gray market sellers, and they were very actually Bob from Bob Our Photos and I had a conversation because he bought a gray market, that 2-500 lens that he bought was gray market that failed now, and I told him you're not going to be able to get it repaired. No one that's a Nikon authorized service center is going to work on that lens.
Which is he?
It was when he bought it, it had a UK notation on the box that it was from England. So, he's not going to ever be able to get that lens fixed. Now he's going to buy the 180 to 600 in the imminent future. But, if he wanted to fix that 2-5 to have it as a backup on his D500, he's not really going to be able to do that because he's going to have a hard time finding anybody that's going to want to touch it, unless they're just a camera shop that's not an authorized dealer that fixes a lot of camera brands, but is not, tied in with Nikon per se, and so can somehow get the parts to fix it. But it's going to be a real chore. And then he almost bought his Z8 gray market. He told me he was buying it from, and then he had already put the order in, and him and I had a talk, and I said, that's a gray market camera. And he says, well, it didn't say it was gray market. And I says, listen, I know that camera company from 30-40 years ago, and I'm telling you, that's all they sell is gray market stuff.
Sometimes it's listed as international editions.
Yeah, and he called them up.
Terminology gray market.
Yeah, I told them. I said, you ask them straight out. You call them up and you ask them straight out if it comes with a USA warranty, a U.S. warranty, and if they can't tell you it's a U.S. warranty from Nikon, then you don't buy it because you're going to get screwed. And he called back and he canceled the order. And the guy says, "Why are you canceling it?" And he says, "Because you sell gray market products and you didn't note that anywhere in your advertising." And the guy didn't argue with him, and the guy gave him his money back, and then he bought it from Nikon USA, and he got, obviously the US warranty, but he almost got himself in a situation that could be disastrous if he had a problem with that camera.
I'm on a lens, particularly manual lenses in the past. Maybe that wasn't that bad of idea. I bought gray market lenses, but in the camera and these modern cameras, I think Bob did the right thing, and your advice was the proper one, because then you cannot take the risk, right?
Yeah. The well, yeah, we had a conversation about that. We had lunch together today,
But in those talking about the 90s and the 80s, those great cameras, particularly telephotos, like I was in the telephotos. I mean, the difference could be at a time, $500,000, okay, on a 600 millimeter, right, f4. So it was worthwhile considering. But nowadays, I think, yes, you get the right advice to Bob. So Bob is getting a C8 here soon.
Well, Bob has a Z8. Bob has a Z8, and but he was using the 2-5.
Okay.
The FTZ, and the motors seized on him on the 2-5. The motors are shot.
Okay.
So he's been using my 180 to 600 in the meantime, and he's going to be picking one of those up in the next month.
Exactly.
That's
anyway, Rakesh was mentioning somewhere down there, which was interesting, right? That 180 to 600 was that he read in somewhere, I presume in the I think it's Deacon Rumors in one of that lens was also a collaboration Tamron and Nikon, and that explains why that is another one of those lenses that suddenly was different, and it came at a different time that we expected, right? So
yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's correct or not. I don't recall reading.
You go way back, or Rakesh can post it again.
Yeah.
I saw that. I never read about that though. I'd be interested to know where he saw that.
Yeah.
So Rakesh, post that comment again, because I think he can tell you the origin of that information. But that would make sense.
Oh, Robert's taking off. Have a good night, Robert. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it.
David too.
David, you're taking off. Be good.
Off.
Oh, wow. All right. Good night.
Oh yeah, Rakesh is saying Sony Alpha Rumors. He read about it on Sony Alpha Rumors. The last tidbit, we're getting in the last half hour or so of the show here. Now, Canon Rumors. There's some normal discussion. They're supposedly going to officially announce the R1 and the EOS R1 and the R5 II the third week of July. Availability of the R5 II is going to be sometime in August. You're still not finding a lot of information about, especially the R1. I mean, the R5 II, I shared, what the theoretical specs of the R5 II were that were pretty elaborate. The R1, not really much of anything at all. Now, apparently, Canon Rumors has no comment on the availability of the R1. They don't want to comment on that. They're saying now, at the time that they wrote this article on their website, was a few days ago, and they were saying Canon will announce a few more lenses before the month, basically before the month of June is out. Well, the month of June is pretty much over. But he says no one's been able to clarify what lenses and if any of them would be development announcements. Now, here's the part that was kind of interesting and not a lot. It was just kind of weird. He says, we are working on a story about some of the issues plaguing Canon at the moment, and we think it'll bring some broader understanding of why there are some confusing issues that we haven't seen historically from Canon. Says we've been covering this company for more than 15 years, and things are definitely different at this moment in time.
Mm.
And then there was a whole section, a whole list of commentary from that statement. I mean, all over the place, from people saying, "Oh, Apple's going to buy Canon," and
we heard that before.
I mean, all sorts of stuff. But a further comment from Canon Rumors in response to one of the commentaries in the chat, they just said that we've got the article written. We are, doing our due diligence to make sure all the information that we're going to talk about in that article is 100% accurate. And it's going through, several review processes. And once we get the green light, we will publish the story. But it makes you wonder. It sounds like the story isn't necessarily going to be very complimentary about Canon. That's the feeling that you get. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm going to have to definitely keep an eye on Canon Rumors to see when that article comes out and let you guys know about it, so I can direct you to it if you have any interest in reading it. But, when they're talking about issues plaguing Canon at the moment now, what are, maybe some of those issues are still, are not something, like something to do with the company itself. Maybe some of those issues have to do with still having trouble getting parts for their cameras. You don't know. It could be supplier quality issues. It could be getting components for their new cameras. Because let's face it, the R1 has been a camera that has been talked about for over 3 years.
Yep.
For many, many years. Canon folks have been waiting a long time and expected that camera to have come out a long time ago. And it kept, and they would come out with something, and they would, come out with some very aggressive verbiage about how capable that camera is going to be. And then, when you read certain things that have been written, and it's hard to say whether it's true or not, because, everything is rumors out there, but some of the things that have been written, true, false, or indifferent, are implying that they're almost, people are almost hinting that it's not going to be that much different than an R3, that it's just, the megapixel count isn't any better. It's still a low megapixel count camera. It's going to be faster, but then they claim, the scan rate of the sensor isn't as fast as they originally said it was going to be. It's not going to be that much better than the R3. So who knows? I mean, I have no opinion on those statements whatsoever. I'm not in the know. All I can do is tell you what other people are saying. But I can't put any weight on it whatsoever. It's just things that people are saying. So it will be interesting to see what this article is going to be.
I will say this: the Nikon event I went to this week, the rep was pretty convinced that it was going to be, the R1 was going to be 25 megapixel camera.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. And I don't know. I would guess to and I expressed this opinion before. I mean, there's a lot more information out there of what the rumored specs are for the R5 II. And I would say, and my opinion is, I think more people are going to want to buy the R5 II. And I think the R5 II is going to be definitely a challenging camera, a good competitive camera with the Z9 or the Z8 without question, is my opinion. Whereas the R1, I feel, is going to be a niche camera, very much so like the Sony A9 III, and they're probably going to speed it up and have a very high frame per second rate on that camera, and they're going to try to promote it as a sports event type of camera, like the A9 III pretty much is. So, but we'll see, because it'll be interesting if it's not supposedly not going to have a global shutter. So let's say they price it close to an A9 III. I would be surprised if it is faster than an A9 III. Maybe it'll be close, but with not having the global shutter, I don't think it's going to be as fast as an A9 III, and it's not going to have the advantages of the flash photography, capabilities. And of course, we could question that: how many flashes can you really that you can afford that are out there that you could take full capabilities of the Z9 III, and the A9 III anyway. But irregardless, if they price it the same, I don't know how well that's going to go over, because it probably won't have better capabilities than the A9 III. So we'll have to see when it comes out, but they're not really leaking a lot of information about the R1. They've leaked a fair amount of, or people have created the appearance of leaks on the R5 II, and put out quite a few bits of information on that. So we'll have to see what really happens. And Scuba Ozzy popped in, and Rakesh is. The article is Canon Rumors commentary here was from June 26th article on their website.
Ooh.
So
Next eBay or firmware releases. That's a good rumor, Rakesh.
Yeah. So Scuba Ozzy, we hope you're glad you're joining us in your wee hours of the morning as we prepare to leave in about 30 minutes or so. But anyway, that's all I had for information. But definitely some kind of like uneasy commentary from Canon Rumors, as well as some uneasy commentary regarding Fuji. I really don't understand the Fuji thinking that their situation with product and stock is okay at the moment. Don't get that at all.
They did mention something about Panasonic, where the chairman, after the S9, with all the negative comments, he was a little bit worried. So that's coming down too. If S9 doesn't sell, they were supposed to come out with what, the SR2H2, yeah. So.
And since it's near the end of the show, we might as well throw this up again. We'll do it, especially the week before. We do it numerous times. Is to put in a reminder about our photo review next Saturday. We have basically 43, 44 images right now. We've been averaging 80 plus the last two photo reviews. So I'm hoping that people are generous with their photo submissions this upcoming week, and we can at least bump that up to 60 and hopefully get it up to 80 again. It may seem kind of funny that I want to promote getting more images in there, because that's just more work for me, but I love punishing myself. Therefore, send me 40 more images between now and next this coming Friday. Because I love to be punished. I love pain. I live for pain.
Well,
So,
on the side, then we get good quality photos.
yeah, and everybody's sick of me tooting everybody's horn, but I really get a I get really charged up for the photo review. I really do. That's my. That's just like I just love it. I just love it. It's just great. Yeah,
That's the only
Tim should send in some of his food shots for the photo review because he does some. One, not only can the guy cook, the guy can present the food in a way that you think you're at a restaurant. You don't think you're looking at some guy taking a picture of his food prep. In his own home. You think that he's taking these pictures at a restaurant or something.
Hey, maybe it looks better than it tastes. You never know.
Well, your girlfriend hasn't called me up and said that you're trying to poison her yet, so I'm assuming it's good.
I do all right.
I mean, you had that with the one pizza picture you sent me. Janet says to me, "Boy, that looks so good."
Oh, that was good. That was really good.
Yeah, but
yeah, our friend Kubarazzi here, Paul, was in Malta doing some diving. So Kubarazzi, did you dive those wrecks that you were planning to do, or? Because I think he was interested in doing some wreck diving in Malta.
Yeah, wreck diving's fun, but you got to be careful. You got to be careful, especially if you're penetrating the wreck. It's one thing if you're swimming around the outside, just looking at the outside of the wreck, maybe getting some pictures of the outside of the wreck. But if you decide that you're going to go penetrate the wreck and go inside the wreck, then that's a whole different ballgame, because now you're getting into a dangerous situation similar to cave diving. And cave diving is something that I never had the desire to do. Way too many fatalities with cave diving. All it takes is one person to not maintain their buoyancy well and kick up the silt at the bottom of a cave, and you see nothing. You can see nothing. And yeah, you've got ropes. If it's done right, you're following a rope. You got a rope to find your way out of that cave. And not everybody does it the right way. And the ones that don't do it the right way, and somebody kicks up the very, very fine silt and debris at the bottom of a cave and kicks it up, many people have never found their way out, and they just run out of air and they don't make it. They don't make it. There's too many horror stories with that stuff. So I never had any desire to do cave diving.
That's yes, that's a endeavor that is wow.
There you go.
Yeah, here we go.
Put it big so that people
looks good.
Yeah, why it should have come up on this? I don't know why it's showing up on the side. Let me move it over. Here we go. Now
There you go.
And now for those of you that have woken up and just trying to decide what you're going to have for breakfast, here you go, man. There's your breakfast. There's your breakfast buffet right there.
Yeah, looks good.
You can see, he stages it. He's got the beer in the corner. He's got the tomato. He's got, looks good. Looks real good.
So what is it? Pepperoni and
It's called a bee sting pizza. There's a pretty famous pizza place in Brooklyn that makes that pizza, and I made everything from scratch. It's sourdough. It's got a chili oil on it. I made the chili oil from scratch. Made the dough from scratch. Sauce from scratch, and then it's normally drizzled with honey, but I got some spicy and like chili infused honey, and I used that.
Wow.
But yeah, it was. You can sort of see the honey dripping over the crust on the side. Yeah, it was really good pizza.
Right here on the edge. The drippings, man. The drippings. Drool, folks. Everybody drool.
So Mr. Ishii had to give us a proper report of the OM system now that he had tried.
Yeah. I'm just going to throw this comment up of Scubarazzi saying the wrecks were easy to dive. No risk to enter the category of John Ishii. No dead people. Yeah, John. You'll have to, if there were, you'd have to call John up, get him in a dive outfit, and say, "Let's see if we could put your 600. Get a housing for your camera with a 600 on it." But I mean, Scubarazzi knows that diving is, and as well as Gustavo, myself, and others, diving is you have to be sharp, and you have to be very attentive, or a bad day is a really bad day. Let's put it that way. And I don't know what's wrong with my screen here, but it's not behaving the way I want it to. I can't.
Yeah, you maximize it, so unmaximize it. Then you should get everybody back.
Yeah.
Ooh. Well, that's even better. I like that one.
Yeah, tease us with booze now.
Yeah.
I like the background theme.
It's actually fake. It's a fake cocktail.
Yeah,
I didn't want to waste real booze, so it's fake.
Looks good. Looks good. How do you like that one, Tim?
How did I like that one?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even remember. I took it a few years ago.
Okay.
I don't even remember.
It almost looks like a pudding.
We have a cooking. I don't know if anyone uses Slack or knows what Slack is, but it's basically like a chat app, and we use it at work. And we have a cooking channel in there. And I was banned from entering my food because of my photography.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Yeah, you had some great shots. Let's see, I didn't find. Okay, close that. There we go.
Well, you can keep showing us food there, Tim. Since
I'm looking for more food. I think I have everything. Like I'm trying to see what I have locally that I can just pull up quickly.
But I don't know whether I know you can share without Jeff authorizing you, okay? Because you can bring it to your. You can bring it to the session.
Not seeing any of their food on here. Here's a product photography. Oh, why is that not showing up? Just some product photography.
That's good. It's not mirrored properly, but
yeah, it's not.
And what's this product, Tim?
Hold on, let me see. It's some kind of skin serum.
Okay. So is this picture taken vertically and then you put it sideways?
Exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
Looks good. Love the color combination.
Thank you.
You see, for you that do this, correct? When you show this, then you have somebody like Roy to really, give you pointers.
Yeah, where is Roy?
He was here before.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, he was in the chat for a little while. He was gone for a long time. Then he popped in the chat for a little bit, and then he kind of disappeared again.
Yeah.
I think his everybody in the background was really
family,
really gabbing pretty good. Which
is good. Which is good that he had the family there.
Yeah. But yeah, Mozman's going to turn into a product photographer, and then Joey's going to turn into be on the golf channel.
Ah.
see.
More insect photography. What product is that one, Tim?
Sorry, what?
I was teasing you.
What product is this? I don't know. One that I would avoid.
Exactly.
Yeah, that looks like a bad stream to me. This is a bad live stream, folks.
Well, one thing for sure, Mr. Tim has as a photography, he like variety, correct?
Yeah,
I do, yeah.
variety is a spice of life, right?
Yeah, Tim, I don't know I know you were probably listening to, but when I was commenting on Joy, his production quality and all that, and I know you know about that stuff through your work and also through your father, right? I was hoping that you were listening so that you could comment on the quality of the videos that he was producing.
I haven't seen it. I'll take a look at it. I was eating when that was when you guys were talking about that, but
Exactly.
we're making dinner. I did hear it, but yeah,
Exactly.
I want to take a look at that video.
Exactly.
It's really, really good, really good.
Because you are in the kind of that's an area that you know a lot.
I do, yeah.
But does anybody have anything they want to bring up in the chat or on the panel? We're getting to the last 15 minutes here. I think we're kind of running out of gas a little bit. I think my tank's about empty. I know that.
Hey,
we almost didn't have a show tonight because of my I guess I'm just I'm losing it, man. I didn't even send the invites out or anything, and 15 minutes before the show, and I went to go into Restream, and normally it'll show that the show will show up. It'll say starting at 9:00, and I click on it, and it wasn't there. It said there are no upcoming events. I go, what do you mean there's no upcoming events? We're going on in 15 minutes. Well, there were no upcoming events because I never did the thumbnail, and I didn't put it into YouTube, and I didn't send out the invites or anything until the last minute. I never whipped together a thumbnail and put everything out that fast in my life. Well, my invite normally has a little bit of a hello, how are you? Talk about a few things. Tonight it just said, here's the link. Boom, boom. Here's the link. That's it.
Well, you did get a Z8. You had other things on your mind.
Yeah. Mind is a terrible thing to waste. But yeah, so my friend Bob says, well, what are you going to do with that Z8? I'm like, well, boat anchor came to mind, things like that. But
I want to hear your impression because when we have been talking today here, different modes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more. My thought process with that is more, leave the long glass on the Z9, put the 100 to 400, probably on the Z8. And then when I have subject matter that's too close for the long glass, I have a way of capturing the image without changing lenses. Without changing any lenses.
But when I was talking about the impression, is because you have been a C9 user for a long time now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I had that lens. I think I got that lens probably a month after it got announced.
Exactly. So that's beautiful. So that was with the 400, Tim?
I'm trying to think back. I think this might have been the 400 4.5, yeah.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah, there were some surfers here, and the waves weren't that huge. And Tim and I were joking. I says, "Boy, these guys put on a real big show when they get to the end to like make it look dramatic. That they dramatically fall off the board, you know." And they get an A for acting. They get an A for acting.
wow, great action. No, I mean, look, it's all focus. There's only echo now.
Yeah, I'm looking at some pictures I'm going to send to you, Jeff. I got a whole bunch of them.
Okay. So we got a comment in here. Sometime in the future, it might be interesting to hear how people help protect their equipment from rain and other severe weather conditions. It was funny. I've had a few times where I've had the Z9 in torrential downpours, and I've had nothing on it at all. Never had a problem. I mean, nothing. No protective cover, no plastic. I mean, just got caught in the rain, and said, "Well, camera's supposed to be able to handle this." Kept shooting anyway.
Yeah.
Didn't have a problem. You know, wiped it off as soon as I could. Last video I did was very, very fortunate where Bob and I got some, really good video, and it started pouring. It was pouring, and we were on a little walking area through basically a swamp for the most part, and we were on like a man-made, not even a road. You can maybe you could fit a golf cart on it, but it never has golf carts on it. It's just foot traffic, but it was very narrow, but it had trees on both sides that were really, really high, and gave us nature's umbrella. And it was pouring rain, and we might have one or two drops hit us and hit the camera, and we were able to shoot these birds, stills and video in a torrential downpour. And that's the most fun I had shooting in a long time. I mean, I rarely get the opportunity to shoot in the pouring rain with a lot of different subject matter, and I like how everything came out. It was a lot of fun. We had a really good time, but obviously there are a lot of things that you could buy to facilitate the intentional act of shooting in those conditions that'll protect your camera.
And Mookie, it probably is difficult to figure out which video, but I think one of these Saturday, I made a whole presentation about the protected equipment.
Yeah, it was basically the lens protectors that go over the body of the camera.
Exactly.
Different grades that you can buy. Some of them are you get two of them for like $15 or something, and other might cost you $70 for one specifically for your lens that is meant to last for many, many years. So there's a lot of different options.
But it will be difficult to find out which one was that episode, because it was in the middle of the 5-hour stream. Are you guys getting an echo?
Yeah, I'm getting a little echo. Yeah.
Okay. But it's only when I speak, right?
It's not that bad.
Yeah, I can't really hear it.
It's not bad.
Or either. Yeah. That's cool.
But yeah, so it'll be interesting to follow the Canon story and the Fuji story a little bit and see what I don't know, see what happens.
So Jeff, next week when we do the photo review, this way that you are sharing now, it looks good. It looks big.
Yeah.
So you should use whatever.
Yeah, but see, that's because I could do it differently when somebody is sharing it. I have the arrows to where I can really stretch it out. But when I have it in Lightroom, I'm limited.
Okay, so you need to. So
So
that means that you need to send it to us, and then we share it, and then you move it along.
you know,
Okay, so that's interesting.
yeah, it's different. What I'm able to do with it now, when you're sharing something, is totally different than when I'm trying to share it with Lightroom in the background.
And not only that, Jeff, it's showing. I think it shows the quality of the image in terms of resolution.
Yeah, it
Also,
looks good. It looks really good.
I mean, the resolution was looking fantastic tonight, so they must have did an upgrade.
Well, it's funny. They gave me I have a link on here. It says try new experience. So I tried the new experience and I didn't really like it. And I went back to the old experience. Yeah, so this is a good idea. Is Scubarazzi says add a few buzzwords to what was discussed in the stream and the video's comment, and also if there was something that got presented.
that's true. Because even if I want to see, let's say, a Scubarazzi presentation, remember, you almost have to go back to each of the Saturdays, scroll a little bit, and see. Okay, that's it.
Well, the thing is, it could do we'd have to make a conscious effort and remind ourselves. We could, if someone's doing a presentation, we can check what time it is and say, so and so did a presentation at the 10:55 mark.
Exactly.
Or so many hours into the video, it starts at 9 o'clock. We say, go in an hour and 55 minutes, and you'll see so and so's discussion.
So, Tim, is that the contrail of the Rockets?
Yeah, that's what that one is.
Okay.
Looking good.
That's at Laguna Beach.
Yeah. Hey, Jeff, we may have to experiment with this because the quality of because I have you here in my iPad, on my studio display, and in my TV. And when I was looking at those Pirates of the Caribbean photo, whatever, it was looking good in the TV as well. And I see now the contrail. I can see a lot of texture even in the cloud, in the contrail.
Well, they did update the system, but we'll have to see how it looks come next Saturday. It may look better. I'm not sure.
It looks really sharp here too.
But it's also the fact that you have also more real estate. Huh? So
yeah, Mookie, it's a SpaceX rocket.
Yeah, because the thing is, when I'm sharing it via, I have to put it in a certain order. I got to show it in Lightroom, and I'm sharing each Lightroom image, and I still have to see part of my Lightroom app. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
See, here I don't have any other apps going on, so it makes it easier for me to make things big.
Mm.
See, now if I had a studio like Randall, where I had a bigger desk and I had multiple large monitors, and I can have it where I can move stuff from one screen to the next and do all that fancy stuff, my life would be 10 million times easier. But unfortunately, it's a single display on a small desk with yeah, it's a little bit cramped.
Okay, well, but I mean, look, I mean, because people always, uh, I mean, we're always amazed of the quality of the images that we see in the photo review, and we are looking through uh, basically a media that doesn't allow for see the quality, correct? I mean,
Well, the problem is, you can upgrade to a higher level, but
no,
then it's a lot more expensive a month too.
Jeff, we're not suggesting that. It's just we're just talking here that today
Oh yeah, today, yeah.
we bounce to something that allows to see the image of with a when you say let me put everything big and drop everybody down, correct? You did that today, so that's something that we haven't tried before. But now you understand it's because you are not sharing from Lightroom, you are sharing whatever the feed that you were getting from either Randall or me or
Right. I get a feed
Yeah.
from you guys, and I'll get a square with a diagonal, an arrow, a line diagonally with an arrow at each
this
end.
is the way this is the way we share normally, correct? With the three the the participants here on the right side, correct? And then the image that is being shared in the middle.
Yeah.
Now the image that is shared in the middle is Randall, correct? Is Randall going through his stuff, but you managed to basically take us away, so it's only Randall.
See what I see now. See what I see that you don't see is I have 3 rows of information. No, actually, I have a column that I can't get rid of that says invite guests, and it has a picture of each one of us on the left hand side of my screen.
We see that.
Then I have the image. In this case, Randall. Well, Tim's image, I guess, right now. I'm losing track here. Randall's images
Randall.
right now. And to the right of his image, I see each of you. I see all of us on the right hand side.
That's what we see.
But I have all you guys also on the left hand side on my computer.
Well,
So you're
Randall,
in 2 places on my computer.
Randall, show what we are seeing so that Jeff can.
Okay.
I don't think you see you're not going to see the column where I have you guys again that says invite guests, because that's where I could turn you guys off and turn you guys on. That's where I have to select you to bring you on.
Well, you will see. I think the only difference for what you describe is that we only see ourselves. Correct.
Correct.
But so because Randall basically sometimes show that other image, correct? But what you did today that was different is that in the center of your restream, correct? You took away all the participants and only was sharing the middle ones. And I don't know how.
If I click enter full screen mode right now, I still see you guys on the left hand side of my computer screen, but you're not in the frame here with the content.
No, we still are. At one point you managed to get it off. So
I did.
Yeah, you did.
I hit the maximize button.
Exactly.
See, I didn't have that maximize button before.
Oh,
that's something new.
So open your Lightroom. Let's say last year. Last photo review.
Well, I'll just open up something that I have.
Yeah, Lightroom. I mean, you're going to check Lightroom, correct? So
let me just set it up like doing a show, even though I'm not. Well, I am and I'm not at the same time, but you know what I mean. So let me. I'm going to toggle off these guys' images here.
Okay.
I'm going to do a share. Let's see what happens. I'm
You
going to
drop,
bring
you
up.
drop, you drop Randall
I'm going to.
and Tim.
I'm going to.
Off the island, brothers.
Yeah, I'll bring them back. My computer's thinking about things right now, so it's not letting me. Wait a minute. Let me get out of here. Okay, they're back. So I'm going to try to share the screen with Lightroom just to bring it up and see what happens.
Okay, now maximize it. Make us disappear.
All right. So what I have to do. Here's the problem is I have to see. I think if I do that, I cannot see my Lightroom screen.
No,
And that's why I can't do that.
Let's try.
So if I'm okay, yeah, it is not. It'll let me go full. See, if I go full screen, if I do this, I cannot see.
Good, but this is good. This is better than what we typically see.
Right, but I can't navigate when I do this.
Oh,
I can't see Lightroom.
oh.
It's behind this. It's behind what you're seeing.
Okay, when I share with you.
Now, what I usually do is I'll hide the window. So you restream, you can hide it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, but I can't hide it because I need to go along the slideshow and pick the next image.
But go and do it again, Jeff. Let's try here.
See,
and
now I
get,
have to see. I can't advance the image right now.
Okay.
When you manage to stop sharing.
Okay. So when you.
Yeah, everything's screwed up. I have to stop sharing.
Okay. Now you got it. You eliminated us, which is good. Now try to navigate or using your arrows.
Yeah, I was going to say, try the arrow keys.
Yeah.
No, and nothing's.
Or page up, page down.
No, nothing.
Okay.
No, see, I can't. I'm stuck in here now where I can't. I gotta do this. I gotta get out of full screen. I gotta make it small again. Then I have to go.
So when you are like this.
So then because it's smaller, I could drag my Lightroom screen up. See, what I'm doing is when I'm doing the show, I have the Lightroom screen in front of me. I can only see you guys because I'm looking at you on my laptop.
I got an idea.
I'm looking at you on my laptop. I'm looking at the chat from my laptop. I have the Lightroom screen in front of me so that I could advance to the next item.
Yeah, we can see you do that. Yeah.
I have an idea. Can you present Lightroom again full screen like you were before?
Yeah, I'm bringing up a file here. See, so right now I have the Lightroom screen large where I can see the bottom strip and the image. Now I slide it down out of my field of view so I could see what you guys are seeing, and so I could see the live stream screen. And now what happens if I do full screen and then if I do full screen and then I maximize it, I can't get to.
Okay, try this. Hold down your command key and
Yeah.
then hit your tab key until you're selecting Lightroom. And then once you've selected that, see if you can use your arrow keys.
Well, it went to Lightroom, and now I don't see I don't see our show anymore. Now,
Yeah.
Well, you can, to get back, just hold down Command and hit Tab until you get back to your browser.
so then I'd have to do.
And that's where we have an expert.
Uh-oh. This is very, no, this is very cumbersome. No, it's kind of jumping all. No, that's way too cumbersome. It's not, working well. I'm hitting Command Tab, and then the thing is like scrolling across everything, lightning speed, and it's not letting me click on nothing.
Oh, really?
Okay, let me do this.
Oh, you'll just tap on the Tab key. Hold down Command and just tap on the Tab key. You don't want to keep it held down.
Yeah, I'm trying to get back to the live stream and hit Google Chrome, and I'm not seeing the show. I'll have to
Hit Escape, maybe.
Now I'm seeing the show. Yeah, it's just kind of like painful.
Okay, you're moving the film strip below.
Yeah.
So you see, you selected now a different one. We saw the little wheels.
Yeah, it's thinking.
So what you really need is
let me try one more thing here. I'm gonna
change. Yeah.
Now it changed, Jeff.
I'm gonna full screen it. Okay, nice and big for you.
Yeah.
We are seeing that tricolor, that it has the two spread wings. So you move to your, what is the number, Tim? I think it's cannot read it. The numbers are very difficult to read, but
Yeah,
the one that you have highlighted in your film strip below.
Yeah,
that's the one that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two.
So then if I hit escape, it gets me back to your. Well, I guess that's what I could do. I could make it bigger. Then I escape, and then I could select Lightroom, and I got to drag it up so I can get to this. Then I can get to the film strip again, and then I could pick on something else.
So now we are in the next one. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
So then I get pick on something else. Then I got to move Lightroom out of the way. So I'll wait till the image shows up here.
You don't have to use Lightroom either.
Yeah, I use preview and.
Okay, so now we're seeing the.
Now I could do that, and now you got it big, I guess, at your end again.
Yeah. So now we are in seeing the gray blue heron with the eel in the beak.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be as sharp though.
Not as sharp as what Randall.
Yeah.
What's sharp?
Yeah, I was using preview.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could use preview as well.
Yeah.
It's probably faster, easier.
The only problem with preview sometimes, Tim, is that it doesn't open them. Let's say you have.
Yeah, sometimes it opens multiple copies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I close them and then I do it again, and then it usually opens up into one.
Exactly. So that's another thing that we can try. But anyway, Jeff, we're keeping you late here. It's 12:15.
That's all right. All right.
No, I got a movie to go to shortly. I'm going to the movies.
So now, so you're here now in live room. Try to escape back to us.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna. I just gotta stop sharing here, and I can get out of the
Okay.
stop screen sharing.
See, what I usually do is just go in the
And
toolbar
then,
and just pick whatever program I want to run.
Yeah. You see,
Right.
Randall is showing you. Randall is showing you. So you show Randall what he see in his screen. Correct, Randall?
Yeah. Okay. So let me do that real quick.
Well, you are. Exactly. So zooming on that. So that's what Randall sees.
oh yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah. See, I have more information than what you have.
Yeah. And by the way, Randall, this is not what I see.
Well, he's on YouTube.
Exactly. And
Yeah. So watch this.
So that's actually Jeff. This is the way it shows in YouTube.
Yeah.
Because in my iPad, that's the way it shows.
Yeah. See to the left of my head, to the left of what you see with me in the background, to the left of that window, I have another pane that you don't see of everybody that's on the panel, including myself.
We have it too, but only us. So I see myself in that on the left, but don't see anybody else.
Yeah, see, I see everybody in two places.
Exactly.
So I have less room to move things around.
Yeah.
But anyway. I think we're going to call it a night. I think people are probably laughing at us in the chat. I know I would be laughing at us in the chat. Let me get out of this, and we're back. And anyway, what we do to try to make the experience for next week a little better, we shall see what happens.
Do you have how many ports do you have on your laptop? Jeff? On your laptop. Are you using your laptop or
no, I'm using my desktop, and all my ports are used.
Oh man, okay. So on your graphics card, okay, you have an extra port, right? HDMI or
this is Apple.
This is Apple.
Oh, Apple. Okay.
Different beast. You don't have a lot of ports on an Apple, and
but you still have an HDMI port, right, on your Apple? You're not. Are you using that now?
Yeah, I see his.
I have some HDMI ports I could hook up to off of my RAID system boxes. Have extra HDMI outs.
Yeah. So it would help if you had like another monitor.
Yeah, well, that's what I don't have. I don't have room on my desk for another monitor. I put my laptop on the desk, and I can only move my mouse like this far because I'm hitting the keyboard or I'm hitting the laptop. I have no room.
Look at the comment. Look at the comment from Mookie Mac. Live stream tech chat with Jeff Neville, episode 1.
Yeah.
Episode 1 of 1.
I do miss the.
All right.
And we're going to call it a night. I thank everybody in the chat for showing up. The fact that we have 22 people still here listening to us fool around and be silly for the last 20 minutes. I give you credit. You have a lot of patience. Thanks for coming on and sending your images for by next Friday, or this coming Friday, I should say, for next Saturday's show. We got to get another 40 images, guys, another 40 shots. So don't be shy. And so we'll see you next week. And as I always say, enjoy life, capture some of it, get out there with whatever gear you have and get something that makes you happy and helps you relax and breaks up the monotony of a busy work week and gives you a chance to catch your breath a little bit and calm down and have a good time. For those of us that are retired, hey, we try to have a good time every day. So take care, folks. We'll see you.